Oh, well, hello. Welcome on in, Raiders. How are you guys doing? Narigots, thank you for the follow. I might have to continue adjusting us because I feel like we're blocking more of the screen than usual. We might be too big. So, before I forget, I need to add Seth to the stream together. Yes, hello. It's been a bit since we've done Higurashi, so I'm gonna recap a little bit. We've only done 2 streams, so it's not too much to recap. So, oh, Poochie, hello. Congratulations on first. So we've been following one of our originally secondary characters. The first 3 chapters, we've been following a guy named Keiichi in this rural town called Hinamizawa.
Some dude.
But in this chapter, we've been following the twin sister of his friend Mion, whose name is Shion. Don't get them confused. And it's actually a year before the main story so far. She escaped from a boarding school which she absolutely hated, and is currently partially in hiding in the local town Okinomiya, because she's trying to not run afoul with her grandma, who basically runs the entire area like a mob boss. So nobody needs to know that she's even around.
As one does. The former Shion.
Yeah, I mean they're pronounced the same, but
yeah,
Shion, the normal spelling.
Shion normal.
Oh, she's anything but normal. I think Shion with the X is the more normal of the two. But she met a boy named Satoshi, and she is like completely smitten with him. And so she's been getting to know him better, but he doesn't know that she's Shion. She is pretending to be her sister the entire time. So as far as anyone other than her and her sister are concerned, she's Mion. And after like I don't know if it's a few weeks or a few months, but there was a little time skip, which means it was the perfect time for her to learn her crush's tragic backstory. And so Satoshi and his little sister Sadako are orphans in the care of their aunt and uncle, who are not the nicest people. And somehow, despite the aunt being the abusive one, I mean, both of them are abusive, but the aunt is more so at the moment. Shion decided that actually it's all Satoko's fault. She's the little baby, and if we get rid of her, then all the problems will be solved. I don't think they will, but that's how her thoughts are going. So one day she goes to school pretending to be Mion to see Satoko for the first time. And Satoko seems to have regular, what do you call it? Like, I wouldn't say episodes, but like there are points where she'll get triggered and go into like a catatonic state. So one of these is happening, and like a completely rational parent, Shion goes, I'll give you something to cry about, and makes it worse. So she and Satoshi have a big fight.
Everyone in this series just makes such good choices. Always.
No, only the best choices from our main characters. But after they kind of, sort of, but not really patch things up, she gets a suspicious phone call from Satoshi asking her, hey, I'm going to be busy on the night of the festival. Can you take Satoko there so she can have some fun? And Shion, of course, who does not like Satoko at all, does not want to do this. But since Satoshi asked so nicely, she's like, sure. But that's where we left off.
I'll do it for you, my king.
Anything for you. But yeah, Seth is our Shion, so we'll wait until he gets back to actually. Oh, there he is. Actually, get into it. That said, I do need to resize us so we're not blocking the game. Where? I'm on the wrong scene. What the Fugi is. Shrink you guys. Warely, hello. Welcome on in.
Shrinking us in macro March.
Yeah, I'm the macro actually.
Wait, why is it macro in March? Cannot be micro March?
No.
I don't know if anybody's agreed on which one's which. I think it could be whichever one.
Porque no los dos. Hi, Warely.
Because there's macro March and micro May, or micro March and
no,
macro
May
May.
is for the mermaids.
It's Mayternity.
Listen. Okay. I think we're probably as small as we can get without being tiny blips on the screen, so anything that gets covered up is too bad.
Nothing happens in a corner.
It's true. Oh,
no one puts baby in the corner.
I don't want to start. I want to continue.
Micro Mermaidernity.
Hold on. Exit. Micro Mermaidernity. Yes. Though mermaids don't get pregnant, do they? They would lay eggs.
So, I mean,
assume.
Men don't get pregnant, and yet here we are.
Well, you're right. Maybe they're like sharks and they just hold their eggs inside them until they get born.
Maybe that's how I was born. I was born of an egg and a womb.
I believe it. Gonna get Steins Gate.
We were talking about my hybrids lore at the end of stream.
As you do.
The day of the Watanagashi festival, where nothing bad ever happens.
Nothing has.
I hope something bad happens.
June 20th, 1982.
I live for this day.
1:40 p.m. Oh, we have a timestamp. Also,
Like I gotta say, like I enjoy Higurashi's story. Okay, I do. But I'm here for when things go to shit. Okay,
always.
and
It's the best
sometimes
part.
I feel like they take a really long time to establish everything that's happening before the Watanagashi festival. It's like, no, like, can we get to the murder, please?
Yeah. I mean, this chapter things
Remember, we
shit,
are in our
like,
answers chapter.
So
I want answers, not more setup.
Oh yeah, I also neglected to mention in the recap, there's a curse, supposedly, that's been happening like the past 3 years. And it definitely will not happen again this year.
I thought it was 5 years.
Smile.
Oh wait,
this is year 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is yeah.
I can't tell if I have a glow on my avatar, if I'm just like perfectly positioned behind this lamp. Anyway.
It's your evil aura.
True. What was I doing today? Evil.
So, me trying to, in my mind, think of what the word for golden is backward.
Golden would be
Nedlog.
Nedlog. Also, Canathius, I forgot to say thank you for the follow. Canathius? I don't know how to pronounce it.
Or if we want to be even more annoying, Nedlog.
It would be Plet. There. Plet Nedlog.
No, Plet.
No, so you're right. Tlep.
Tlep
Nedlog. No.
Evil twin. Tlep Nedlog.
Okay, Weedar. It's okay. I think we're playing the evil twin right now, actually, based on what we've seen in the past 2 chapters. What was I doing today?
Shion is very normal.
She's so normal. Nothing in particular. Nothing at all. I just wanted to play hooky. I woke up in the afternoon. I ate instant food for lunch while watching boring TV programs. I had a light headache, so I lay down on the sofa.
See, can a depressed person do this?
Could a depressed person do this? Beats up a child.
Wait, I'm confused. What is she playing hooky from? She doesn't go to school.
Work, probably.
Her job?
I guess her job, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't wake up... Wait. Also, why would she be working on the day of the festival, though? I mean, I guess not everybody in Okinomiya would be going there, but...
If they don't celebrate,
yeah.
Aren't they sinners? Shouldn't they be dead?
Probably. I mean, the shop is owned by her family, who should be celebrating, but I don't know. Maybe they have like a backup manager who doesn't live in Hinamizawa.
Listen, it's more important that we make a profit than observe religious traditions.
This is true.
Like a profit in the biblical sense or in the capitalist sense? You know,
capitalism.
You're so right.
I mean, we already have the other kind, I think. Where was I?
Yeah, we already have a profit.
I wouldn't wake up again if I went to sleep. Whatever. I decided to sleep. Also, I don't think I turned the game audio on, did I? Hold on.
Is it dream time? Are we having a dream?
Hear it.
You guys will hear it, but the people.
I can't hear those Higurashi cry.
Also, the audio is not being picked up for some reason, even though it was at the start of stream. I love OBS.
Yay, more audio issues.
The audio issues continue.
It's probably another one picking up the audio. Let's see. I have too many audio sources, but I want to say they're all match title. Window title must match. Window title must match. Marbles? No. Window title must match. Well, hold on. Marbles, Beat Saber's good. Kingdom Hearts, must match. Music. Firefox. Okay, all my sources are title must match, and yet I'm still not getting Higurashi audio. What's happening, OBS?
No.
Match title. Must match. Switch it over to something else. I mean, I guess I could... I don't want to switch to desktop audio. That would suck. But if it's not gonna appear, I could always just kill it and then re-add a new capture for Higurashi. It is still not picking it up.
That's it. I need to.
I mean, nothing else should be interfering, because the only thing I'm getting audio on are voice meter and the desktop audio. So... bizarre. Well, we can... let me turn the B bus on voice meter and see what happens. Ba ba ba, ba ba ba. Let me turn it down just a little. Okay, well, chat, let me know if the music is too loud. But we'll still have to do it for now because OBS is not behaving itself. Whatever, I decided to sleep. I'd already told Sis that Satoshi-kun had asked her to look after Satoko. I didn't have to do anything myself. I fell asleep, though my head was aching a little bit. That would be all I'd have to deal with. June 20th, 1982, 5:02 p.m. The aunt believed that all the villagers frowned upon her because her brother-in-law and his wife were pro-dam activists. She surely experienced some fallout during the time of the dispute. But people had stopped looking coldly upon her, even though she assumed otherwise. I wish they would look more coldly upon her, to be honest. She was paranoid, believing that all the villagers hated her. And so, she decided to hate them back. Her attitude, of course, begot hatred from the villagers. And the situation became exactly the way she thought it was from the start. What came first, their poor relationships with the neighbors, or her husband's affair? She didn't know herself. Her husband claimed that he'd got a lover because he was fed up with her attitude. She, in turn, claimed that their relationships with the neighbors went sour because her husband had damaged their reputation. Only Satoshi was aware that both happened almost at the same time. Their quarrels had become a daily routine now. When the husband came home late, the wife would shout at him at the entrance. Satoshi wondered why they didn't get a divorce, their marriage being as rotten as it was. But he secretly knew the reason for that, too. It was the fortune his parents had left. His aunt had hidden their bank book and stamp and never allowed her husband access to them. So her husband would search the house for them. She'd find out he stole some money from her purse. This would cause yet another fight. Satoshi had never been aware that his parents had that much money when they were alive. After their death, however, one of his relatives told him. He was informed that his parents had left a large sum of money in some bank account. Satoshi couldn't understand why they had that kind of money because his family had been, as far as he knew, poor. It was because of the dam project. His parents probably got the money in return for their cooperation with the government. They had strived to get more villagers on their side, provided information to them and whatnot. The money was probably compensation for their efforts. His aunt and uncle had never had any intention to adopt them until they heard about the money. After someone from some financial institution revealed its existence, they appeared to adopt Satoko and Satoshi. The couple would fight every day. Eventually, Satoshi's uncle started spending more time at his mistress's home. He realized that he had no reason to return to his own home, because he'd just end up in a fight with his wife if he did. When he stopped coming home, Satoshi felt relieved. Neither their uncle nor their aunt treated the two siblings very well. Satoshi's aunt wouldn't have to vent her frustration upon them. The reason the couple fought was their corrupted relationship, so if they separated, there wouldn't be any more fights. Satoshi had thought that at first. But even after they separated, his aunt still had a short temper. Another woman had stolen her husband. The villagers must have been talking behind her back. It was mortifyingly embarrassing. Since she lost an opponent to fight, Satoshi's aunt directed her hatred toward the siblings. Satoshi had been observing her. He learned when she would get upset and how to avoid her attention. He managed to get by without upsetting her by turning a keen eye to her behavior and avoiding conflicts. But Satoko couldn't do that. She hated her aunt and didn't even try to hide it. Satoshi told her to behave in their aunt's presence, but her eyes were always filled with hatred. Satoshi tried to reduce the conflict between them as much as possible. He stepped in to mend their relationship. It was a heavy burden for him, though, because he was still just a boy. He bore so much. He covered for his little sister by lying and maneuvering. He tried to maintain a tangible sense of peace, but he couldn't do that forever. The relationship between Satoko and her aunt had already spiraled out of control. Satoshi found something in the trash. It probably wasn't a legitimate place for trash disposal. If it was, sanitation workers would come by and pick it up. He passed by the street all the time, so he noticed when there were new things dumped there. Patty Raid, hello, welcome on in. He'd found a plain-looking desk of the kind likely to be seen in offices. Somebody must have dumped it within the past few days. His aunt liked to bring usable trash home. She'd had Satoshi help bring a chest home just a few days ago. If he told her about the desk, she'd want it. His aunt hated to find bugs and garbage in the drawers, so she'd always open them to check before carrying the thing home. Satoshi opened all the drawers, all of which were empty. After that, he turned around and walked for about 5 steps. He was standing in a knee-high bush. There, he laid something he'd been carrying all the time until today. It'd be very hard to find unless you specifically knew it was there to begin with. Looking satisfied, Satoshi looked around for some landmark to remember the place by. June 20th, 1982, 5:51 p.m. Seth.
Yeah. Hail, pal. I see you showed up again this year. You better get ready for us.
I assume this is Satoshi? You're as peppy as ever. Oh, is she a newcomer?
Uh-huh. This is Rena Ryugu.
Oh, maybe it's a shopkeeper, actually.
Don't underestimate her. She's good.
No, I'm not. Nice to meet you.
Yo, you too. I brought all kinds of prizes this year. There'll be a real battle to win. Try and take them with all you can, if you can. Try to take them all. I can read. Rena tends to dote on cute stuff.
Yeah, that stuffed animal looks like her. That stuffed animal looks like just her type. I also can't read today.
It's fine. We're all out of
What?
practice.
What?
Wah 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 wah.
Oh, so cute. I want to take it home with me.
Hey, the booth isn't open yet. Whoa.
Stop it, Rena. He says the booth isn't open yet. You can run him into the ground once he opens it up.
Oh, it's mine. I'm taking it home.
Rena lost her marbles over the stuffed animal. Everybody laughed. Everybody except Satoko.
Wellington laugh.
She was standing by herself, some distance from the crowd. Her eyes looked dull. Me.
What is it, Rika?
Rika walked up to Satoko, smiling ear to ear in an effort to cheer her up. Forget your worries today. Let's just have fun.
Wow, I'm cured of all my problems.
Simply take your anxieties and put them somewhere else.
God, I wish. Hi, Leroy. Thank you for the petties.
Hi, Leroy.
Hi, Leroy.
Satoko looked down. Even if she got to have fun today, her circumstances at home wouldn't change. Satoko, your evil aunt isn't around. And she won't be. Smile.
I know that.
So, why don't you have fun? Nipa? Nipa? Nipa?
Sorry, but I don't feel like it. Could you please leave me alone? I'm going to floss.
Why aren't you smiling? Just smile more, Satoko. Satoko sulkily glimpsed at Rika. She gave her a look, as though she wanted to say that Rika should know the reason. Even if she could have fun today, nothing would change between her and her evil aunt. No matter how fun the festival was, once she went home, her aunt would be there. The aunt would find something wrong with Satoko, get mad, and shout at her so loudly that the neighbors would hear. How can she have fun even just for today while knowing all that? Satoko didn't say that out loud, but her eyes betrayed her emotions to Rika. So, Satoko, if your suffering ends today, will you smile? Satoko gasped. She thought that Rika might do something to help. But soon after, she realized that Rika was just trying to comfort her. Could her suffering end today? Because of Rika? How? Satoko knew that there was really nothing Rika could do. And so, after just one moment of freedom, Satoko fell into depression again.
Rika, don't give me false hopes. I'm just a child.
Satoko. Rika's voice was clearer than Satoko had ever heard before. It's already been decided. June 20th, 1982, 8:11 p.m. Satoshi snuck out the window after supper. He heard the distant ruckus of the festival. The festival would end at 9 p.m. Oh, Adge. Interesting having, like, third-person narration in the main game and not just the tips.
Just the tip.
Just the tip. Yeah, we're gonna stream the visual novel, but only the tips, actually. Try and piece the story together, chat.
Damn.
Honestly, that would be interesting, but be like, I don't know. I was gonna say tunic, but you can kind of piece together what's going on even without translating anything.
I mean, that's how you get through the game.
Yeah.
Or how you can get through the game.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I didn't translate anything until after I already fought the final boss, so I got through it without it. I mean, honestly, even if you're big-brained enough, you can get the whole game, except maybe the secrets, without translating anything. Because even the fairies being kind of into it. I mean, you had to get fairies to finish the game, but you don't need all of them.
I mean, the book sort of like hints heavily like about the about like what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the easy way to do it I didn't figure out until I translated it, but like there were enough locations written in English that you could just like stumble upon them. Let's see. The festival would end at 9 p.m. After the Watanagashi ceremony, there's going to be a raffle drawing. Exclamation point raffle chat. So there were two types of people in Hinamizawa. The people who would go to home for dinner, and the ones who would stay until the raffle was over. Either relaxing at home or still at the festival. There were only those two patterns. On top of that, there weren't many neighbors in the vicinity of Satoshi's house. As a result, he found nobody on the streets. On that night, the small village seemed especially desolate. Satoshi knew it was going to be like this, but he would keep worrying until he saw it for himself. He was barefooted, but started running without hesitation. Maybe put some shoes on. You're gonna get tetanus, kid. He felt as though he'd become a wild animal, running on his bare feet. He got the impression that he could run faster than usual. Not only his running ability, his vision, his hearing, and his sense of smell. All his senses were keener, including his sixth sense. He could almost sense the presence of people in the distance, if only when crouching like an animal. It felt strange, as though he had stepped into another world. He'd been feeling tense and anxious until today, battling with his own fear. But now he felt as though he'd metamorphosed into a different person. June 20th, 1982, 8:37 p.m. I feel like he's doing this way later than Keiichi did. Keiichi went at like the start of the festival. Alright everyone, I'm going to explain how the raffle works. Please gather around the altar. The festival had reached its climax, the raffle was going to start. Both the women who were dancing and those who were waiting for the raffle gathered around the altar. This is the first time they held a raffle. The planning committee decided to hold one from this year onward to attract more people to the festival. At first, the prizes were things the committee members had donated, but Oreo, not appreciating how pathetic they looked, had thrown them away. Oreo took the initiative and bought a brand new TV, a washing machine, a cooling fan, and other such things for the raffle. The committee wanted to keep it small initially, but it turned out big thanks to her. Oreo was upset because the committee members weren't enthusiastic enough in her opinion. Some of the members thought it would be very difficult to prepare prizes of equal value the following year, so this might be the very first and last raffle. Thanks to you, we have such wonderful prizes this year, Oreo-san. They must have cost a lot, didn't they? We can reimburse you from our budget.
Buffoon! No point in reimbursing that. It was never about the money. idiots.
Get their ass. No, don't say that. This raffle's all thanks to you, Oreo-san.
It's not like I'm doing this all by myself. Don't be ridiculous.
The mayor, Kimiyoshi, was having a tough time pacifying Oreo. All of a sudden, one of the committee members burst into the tent in a rush. He looked upset, so Kimiyoshi assumed that somebody probably got hurt in an accident. What's going on, Makino-san? I hope you're not having a heart attack. Kimiyoshi made a joke to calm him down. Makino, however, still looked tense. He whispered something to Kimiyoshi. Even without hearing the exchange between Makino and Kimiyoshi, it was plain as day that there was bad news. Oreo-san, I have unpleasant news if you don't mind. Kimiyoshi, accompanied by Makino, moved to Orio's side and spoke in a very serious tone. Kimiyoshi whispered to her the exact same words Makino told him.
Who is this?
You, I think.
Okay.
Oh
dear. This is bad.
Ain't unexpected. What happens thrice will happen a fourth time.
Gas.
Oh,
Wait.
I guess we were wrong.
All right. Ain't unexpected. What happens thrice will happen a fourth time.
That's not funny, Oreo-san.
It's kind of fucked up, Grandma.
Ma'am, someone just died.
It's fine.
Of course someone died. You're right, it isn't. But it is. It's just another hassle.
The police are trying to identify the body. I heard that the face is completely destroyed, so it'll be difficult.
It's quite clear who it... Wait.
Yeah, that's you.
It's quite clear who it is, though.
Eh? Do you know who it might be? Oreo glared at Kimiyoshi, then started chuckling.
Idiot. It must be some impudent lad who didn't come to the Watanagashi festival. See, so they're supposed to come.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't come or you'll or do come or you'll die. Please
People who
come.
respect Oyashiro-sama won't get involved in something like that.
Oreo kept laughing. Kimiyoshi and Makino didn't know how to react to that. June 20th, 1982, 9:04 p.m.
Grandma, that's so fucked up. Grandma.
Apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
I don't think we have a set Kuma guy, do we? I'll be him. This is merciless.
Uma-chan, every death is merciless, unless the dead wish for it. They have my condolences. How's it going over here? Did you find something that could identify the body?
The forensic investigators shook their heads. I'll just assume it's me. The victim is wearing sandals and casual clothes. They must be from this neighborhood. We should be able to identify the corpse by asking around.
That's the way we do it. The section manager says the case might become classified. So be careful with that.
Gotcha. Kumagai gathered some officers and gave them the directions. Dr. Irie has arrived. Doctor, it's over here. A young doctor got out of his car and headed in the victim's direction.
Hello. I'm sorry to kept you waiting.
Kept you waiting, huh?
I had help with the raffle.
You must have drunk a lot at the festival, Doctor. Are you sure you're sober?
No.
Maybe I should run a breathalyzer test on you, just to be safe.
I'm fine. My assistant is driving.
Clever of you. Hey, let the doctor pass.
There was an area cordoned off with blue plastic sheets. An officer rolled up the sheet and let Oishi and Yurie pass. The forensic people were taking photos from many different angles. The blood spatters and the bloody sandals were left untouched, marked with chalk and indicated with small alphabetized plates.
I'm not used to seeing things like this.
Yurie took out a handkerchief and covered his nose.
Ew.
Ew. You should be able to breathe through your mouth. Well, you might sense the smell visually, though. Oh, wait. That'd be Oyoshi.
You should breathe through your mouth. Well, you might sense the smell visually, though.
The body appeared to be that of a middle-aged woman. It was soaked in blood. It looked like a middle-aged woman because of the hair and what she was wearing. The reason why no one could be certain it was a middle-aged woman was because its face was completely pulverized.
This is brutal.
I'm sure it was done out of malice. The victim must have been murdered right here, judging from the pattern of the blood spatters and the soles of the sandals. And even though not many people take this road, the body is right in the middle of it. It's very unusual to see a culprit who would bludgeon their victim until their face was completely destroyed. Also, can you look at her arms?
Crepe, hello, welcome on in. Honk honk. Oishi put on latex gloves and lifted the corpse's arm.
See? Spotless, aren't they? Are you saying... Whoop, nope.
Oh. Are you saying that the victim didn't try to protect her head? That there's no signs of struggle?
Right, you are.
Literally in a room party. Yeah, enjoy the party. Heck yeah.
Hell yeah.
Say hi to everyone for me.
Kiss everyone.
Do it.
I think the victim lost consciousness with the first blow. Then the culprit kept beating to complete the murder. Victim was probably lying face down at the time, judging from the stains on her clothes.
Rumple, hello, welcome on in. Look at that cute Dalmatian.
Hi, Rumple.
Hi, Rumple.
Babe, this is you.
Oh. The body is face up now.
The culprit seems to have flipped the victim over in order to smash her face, even though, by that point, her death was certain.
Yurie looked like he was going to throw up, both because of the putrid smell and Oishi's reasoning.
Smashing the victim's face is clearly a sign of... Oh, wait. I think this is... Yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, his mouth isn't open. Smashing the victim's face is clearly a sign of a grudge, in my experience. It's a very profound grudge, too. That means the culprit must be someone very close to the victim.
I understand you didn't call me to resuscitate her.
Doctor, do you know who the victim is? If you do, I don't have to waste time questioning the neighbors.
Yurie looked at the body once again. He looked away quickly in thought. Then, after a while... Irie left the investigation area without saying anything.
I'm sorry. I don't know.
Yeah? Are you sure?
Oishi smirked and looked into Irie's eyes, as though Irie was hiding something.
I'm not hiding anything. Especially my eyes now that they're less opaque.
I guess you're still under the influence, Doctor. Maybe you'll remember when you're sober. Let me know if you do.
Oishi tapped Irie on the back. The doctor, saying he wanted some fresh air, left the scene. Kumagai returned. Oishi-san, the section manager is on the radio. The one in the first car.
Irie lied.
Huh?
Nothing. Hurry up and question the neighbors. The victim must be from this area.
June 20th, 1982, 9:39 p.m. Here he is, Oishi-san.
Thank you for coming here this late at night. I know you have school tomorrow. I'm really sorry to bother you.
No problem.
Where's your father?
My stepfather doesn't come home much.
Uh-huh. Since when? When did he come home last?
I don't know. I heard he's living with a woman who works at a club in Okinomiya or something. I don't remember exactly when, but I guess I saw him a few weeks ago.
Uh-huh. Do you have your father's address?
No.
He's living with a woman who works at a club. Do you know the name of the place?
No. I know it's in Okinomiya and that's all.
What's your father's name?
Teppei Hojo. Oishi signaled Kumagai with his chin, who nodded while taking notes.
Were your mother and father getting along well?
I don't know much about that, but I don't think so.
I see. I want you to tell me honestly. Do you know anyone who might have been holding a grudge against your stepmother?
I don't.
All right. Please let me know if you remember something. Here's my card. My number is on it.
Okay.
I might ask to see you again in further inquiries. For further inquiries. And if you see your stepfather, please let him know that we want to contact him. Kuma-chan, drive him home, will you?
Oh, no. I can go home by myself.
Please, let us drive you home. There's a possibility the culprit who murdered your aunt is roaming around the neighborhood. You might get hurt, too.
Thank you for your consideration, but really, I'm fine. Satoshi tried to reject the offer, but Oishi and Kumagai insisted. In the end, Satoshi was forced to accept. He turned around to leave, when Oishi spoke to him as if he remembered something he'd forgotten to say.
Hojo-san,
Yes?
don't worry. It's no problem. We'll catch the culprit soon.
Do you have any leads?
Yes, we do.
Like what?
That's confidential.
Ordinary people
Or
might. Well,
nope.
you had.
Go ahead.
You were just reading it. Okay. I didn't know if you were interjecting.
Nah, you're good.
Ordinary people might think that Oishi was trying to cheer the poor kid up with a joke.
Well, usually people get pretty worked up when they commit murder, though of course there are some exceptions.
What kind of evidence do you find when the culprit's worked up?
When somebody is in a very excited condition, their body shows many symptoms. Like sweat, loss of hair. I feel like loss of hair is not something that's like immediate, you know?
I wouldn't think so.
We often find the culprit's hair at crime scenes. Well, this is outside, so it's a bit different, but still.
Did you find their hair?
That's confidential. I don't know yet. The forensic guys are searching the scene right now. I'm anxious to see what they'll bring me. All right, chat. Here's a tip for you. Wear a hairnet when you go murder someone. Very important.
Also, I don't know what the state of DNA testing was in the 80s, but I feel like it'd be very hard to figure out who somebody is in Japan, where everybody has straight black hair.
Well, it's all about like DNA markers. If you did DNA testing,
Well, that's
which
what I'm saying.
I think like in this era would still be viable.
Yeah. If it was advanced
but the
enough.
problem tends to be its availability.
Yeah.
It's a very specialized like sort of testing.
Yeah. The only thing I know, like, paternity testing was already a thing in like the 80s.
It's not. Yeah.
The problem is like, I mean, I guess I could compare it to
Ollie
Tepe.
Murray's chain reaction was introduced in the 80s, but that's late 80s.
It's a, yeah. I think it's an accessibility issue too.
Yeah. Especially since this is a small town police department. Anyway. If he wasn't a blonde
application
anime
of
boy
DNA profiling occurred in 1985.
and an actual like Japanese kid.
The story
Yeah,
of forensic
DNA.
DNA testing begins in 1984.
Okay. So slightly
Yeah,
after
I don't
this.
think they're finding hair for DNA testing.
Yeah, probably not.
Or at least, I mean, when was this written?
This was written in the early 2000s, but
Yeah,
so far, other than like joke references, there haven't been anything to like break us out of being in the 80s.
Yeah. So I'm thinking maybe if it is for DNA testing, they just are being a little anachronistic.
Yeah. I mean, if they have a suspect, they could probably like compare it directly, but they don't have like a database to compare it to people like they would now. Excuse me, I have to go now.
Please. Kumachan, would you?
Sure.
See you again soon. Ojo-san. And he was never seen again. I'll let you know if there's any progress in the investigation. Let me know when you remember something. Let's cooperate to catch the murderer of your stepmother. I like how he's been changing from... I mean, it's probably just a translation, but we've had mother, stepmother, and aunt all mentioned to refer to this woman.
She is, I guess, technically, if they officially adopted them, his stepmother, but also...
I feel like most people would refer to them as
guardian.
aunt still.
Aunt,
Or
yeah.
Yeah.
Since she
Okay,
is
yeah,
like,
okay.
the
Aunt
wife
Roland.
of his uncle.
My head
Yeah.
got cut off, whatever.
See, we thought it was the curse, but actually the police just made Satoshi disappear.
As one does.
As the police tend to do.
Sis called the morning after the Watanagashi festival to tell me that the curse had struck again for the 4th time. The victim was the evil aunt who was harassing Satoshi-kun and Satoko.
Oh, you were just, coincidentally asleep the entire time this murder happened.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's crazy.
If she played hooky from work, she couldn't go anywhere else. Since Mion would be at the festival the entire time.
I mean, but from our viewpoint, she's entirely unaccounted for.
True. Satoshi-kun's suffering would be over now, since the problem was with the Satoko and the aunt's relationship to begin with. We also, we didn't see Satoshi do it either. Maybe I should have celebrated, but I wasn't in the mood for some reason.
Do the police have a lead on the suspect?
Sis went quiet when I asked that.
I don't know. Oishi seemed to be questioning people in the neighborhood. He thinks the culprit is somebody close to the victim.
Being identical twins, Sis and I think very much alike. If I suspected Satoshi-kun of being the murderer, so would she. Because of this, I didn't have to mention the obvious.
Does Satoshi-kun have an alibi for that day? I don't know.
I heaved a huge sigh.
Are you stupid? He was at the festival. Didn't you see him there? Wait, which one?
I assume Shio?
No,
Or...
okay. God, are you stupid? He was at the festival. Didn't you see him there? Yeah, right. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that.
I heaved another sigh. Sis was stupid enough to forget to make an alibi for him, even though the murderer of his aunt would alone raise enough suspicion. Yeah, make sure next time somebody does it, you get an alibi for them.
So that means he did do it? That's not important now. The problem is whether he has an alibi or not. I don't know which one's talking.
We'll never know.
Sis was stupid enough to forget an alibi. I don't know.
It's okay. Just assume I'm talking about whatever. Just go ahead.
Okay, that second one.
Well, the police are gonna come here later. I'll tell them I was with him at the festival. She's just gonna lie to the police. Okay.
As you do.
Sis? Lying out of the blue like that won't work. If you haven't done anything to ensure his alibi, it's too late now. Please just be honest with him. I can't trust your acting skills. You might raise more suspicion if you make something up on the spot. Yeah, sorry.
She sounded depressed. I was the one who should have been depressed. Mion usually handles things well, but she's not too good with emergencies. I was left worried for the future of the Sonozaki family. Mion must have been embarrassed. She soon changed the subject.
I guess you haven't been able to work lately, have you? It's been one day. You're right, I haven't. Thanks to you. I'm sorry about that. I'll hide somewhere until tonight, so maybe you can work today?
Add time. Maybe... I'm assuming probably with all the festival prep, she hasn't been able to be around because Mion
that makes
out
sense,
with
yeah.
that. But we just skipped straight to the festival, so we didn't actually see any of it. stretchy.
Skipped to this festival, skipped straight through this festival.
Yeah, we just had foreboding music the entire time. You know, happy festival fireworks. Joint cracking ASMR. Only for the people who are listening through the ads. Oh.
Premium content.
Mm-hmm. We also don't have any like music to vibe with either. It's just the cicadas.
I don't hear the game music at all.
Oh, you don't?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, weird. Hold on. So it wasn't just OBS not picking it up then.
Are you sure it's not just the game? The game
mean,
itself is. You hear the game?
I
though.
can hear it, yeah.
Weird.
So the people on stream should be able to hear it through voice meter. But I mean, if I
Okay, I hear it. Yeah, I hear
ourselves,
this. I hear that. Yeah,
bizarre. Well,
but I do not hear it.
maybe the next time.
Discord.
We have like an ad. I can take a quick break and reload it, see if that fixes the problem, or at least between chapters or something. Since it had been appearing in public places during the festival preparations and whatnot. As a result, I hadn't been able to pretend to be her. I hadn't been able to work. As someone who had to support myself, it was a bit of a pain. To be honest, I didn't feel like working. But I couldn't afford to be sitting around either. When I locked my apartment door before leaving, the door of the next apartment over opened and Kasai appeared. Medium. You're good.
I miss my wife.
Shion-san, are you heading out?
Yeah. I'm going to work since Sis gave me time until tonight.
The vibes are just off tonight.
So true.
Can you give me a ride?
Shion-san, wouldn't it be safer for you to take a few days off? The police seem to be staking out the main house. I don't think it's a good idea to leave.
I appreciate your concern, but I have to make money to survive.
That's how it is on this bitch of an earth.
That's how it be on this bitch of an earth.
That's how it be on this bitch of an earth.
Kasai might suggest you donate money to my cause. However, I had sworn to myself when I started living here that I wouldn't depend on Kasai. While I don't obey anyone else's rules, I stick to my own. Kasai could tell that I was adamant in my decision. So, after repeating himself a couple of times as a formal procedure, he decided to give me a ride after all. Every time we went to my uncle's store by car, we stopped at this traffic light.
And every time we kissed, I swear I could fly.
I knew it was going to happen again, but it still irritated me. Pedestrians passed by in front of the car. I was startled to see that one of them looked like Satoshi-kun. It was him. Though I'd spoken with him on the phone just a couple of days before, it'd been a while since I saw him last.
Asai? Sorry, but could you tell my uncle that I can't come today? I'm getting off here.
What? Shion-san.
Kasai looked taken aback, but I got out of the car regardless. The light turned green. The car behind him honked while Kasai was shouting at me, so he had to start moving. Satoshi-kun was on his bike, but he was going really slowly. I caught up with him within a flash and tapped him on the back.
Hello? Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm surprised to see you in Okinomiya, Satoshi-kun.
If I talked to him with a smile, he might smile back. So I smiled as brightly as I could. Mion. He looked tired as always. He just like me for real, for real. But as I could tell, he was trying to smile back. My worries suddenly disappeared. I was certain I looked happy. I was aware of that myself, so it must have been obvious to Satoshi-kun. I don't know the circumstances, but you look happy.
Yeah, I am happy. I'm happy because you look happy.
When I teased him, he looked a bit embarrassed. He was like we were back in the good old days.
Of last week.
Before we soiled it. I felt even happier than before.
What's going on, Satoshi-kun? Did something good happen? Is your aunt dead?
Not really. My aunt died and I had to deal with the police and the neighbors. I might have asked something dumb.
Probably.
He seemed to be okay with it though. In fact, he seemed better than he was before. He frowned a bit at first, but Satoshi-kun continued smiling gently. He looked worn out but satisfied, like he had accomplished something great.
Nope, she's projecting.
Again. That was the mood I sensed from him. So, I was convinced. The one who killed that wicked aunt who tormented Satoko was him. I had absolutely no proof, but I knew it intuitively. So I admitted all those questions. I knew Satoshi-kun's motive for killing his aunt, and how badly he was driven into a corner. I knew the environment and the situation he was in. And I knew Satoshi-kun's feelings. I knew all of that. So I admitted all those questions. I wanted to celebrate his release from that curse, so I smiled like nothing was different as I asked.
Where are you going, Satoshi-kun? To work?
That's right. I had to make a stop before that, though.
A stop?
I had to make sure it's still there, otherwise I'll continue feeling really anxious. And that conversation reminded me. The reason he started his part-time job was to buy Satoko a huge teddy bear. It was being sold at the toy store just down the street. I recall that the teddy bear was very expensive. Satoko's birthday was right after the festival. I wasn't sure what day, though. Wait, didn't he say he quit his job? Maybe he was going to greet his ex-coworkers and clean out his locker or something? Either way, he'd be completely free very soon. Maybe he hadn't been paid yet, and that's why he wanted to check if they still had the teddy bear. Maybe he was only getting paid on Satoko's birthday. When we got near the toy store, he rushed to the display window. He looked relieved that it hadn't been sold yet. Good. Alright, it's still there.
You've earned enough money already, haven't you? Why don't you reserve it? Or buy it?
He probably hadn't thought of that. He really did need someone to look after him.
Huh, he's so stupid, he needs me.
I looked into the display window over his shoulder. The teddy bear wasn't that cute in my opinion. It looked huge and cramped in the middle of the store's showcase. Really, it looked more like a display model than an item for sale.
I don't see a price tag. Is that really for sale? How much is it?
Yeah. I'm sure they sell it.
What about the price? Does it fit your budget?
It's alright. I already checked. Satoshi-kun thought I was teasing him again. He pouted and looked a little sulky.
There's no problem then. Why don't you go reserve it now? Then you won't have to feel anxious anymore.
We entered the store and looked for a clerk. Is anybody here?
Is this the clerk?
No.
Nice. Maybe you can get it without paying. What's a little bit of theft after some murder?
Mm-hmm.
Yippee!
Yeah, normally it's a 5-finger discount, but this one has to be at least 10. No, Mion. Stealing is bad.
I'm just kidding. Trying to make you laugh.
Clearly you're not gay enough to do crimes like me.
Do you think I'd really do that?
No, sorry. Satoshi-kun smiled apologetically. I puffed up my cheeks to tease him. It really had been a while since the last time we did this. In between those times, many undesirable things happened that I wanted to forget. But now I felt as all those things had simply vanished into air around us. I found an old person napping in the back. He must be the clerk, I thought. He looked to be fast asleep.
Excuse me. You work here, right?
I poked his shoulder, but he didn't look like he was going to wake up. When I did that, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron came in.
Grandpa, you fell asleep again. We have customers. Actually, let me rethink this voice.
Middle-aged woman.
Yeah. The brain is not braining. Grandpa.
When in doubt.
Not what I was expecting.
Grandpa, you fell asleep again.
Nope.
Excuse me.
You can do the first one. I like the first one. Well, let's the second one.
Grandpa.
Not
not that one.
Not the
Grandpa.
not the last one. I didn't like the last one.
Grandpa, you fell asleep again. We have customers. I'm really sorry, you two. He's been very flaky, you know.
The middle-aged woman shook the man awake and told him to go back to the living room. She went to the cash register after that.
That was so embarrassing. Wait,
Yeah,
is this the old man or
the lady.
okay.
Lady.
So how can I help you?
Grandpa's going to bed.
What?
I'd like to reserve something. That big teddy bear in the display window.
Oh, that one? Are you sure? That one is really expensive. You know that, right?
Yes. I think I have enough.
Jan, how do you know this? He'll get paid really soon, so he'd like to reserve it.
The woman looked a bit hesitant at first, but she eventually wrote down Satoshi-kun's name and accepted the reservation.
It's not like anyone else is gonna buy it anytime soon.
Yeah. Satoshi-kun received a slip of paper.
See? You don't have to worry about the teddy bear anymore. Even though I still don't know if we got a price for it.
Yeah. I'll get paid soon, too. I feel relieved now. He would have kept coming to check every day if he hadn't done this now. He would have spent his time needlessly worrying. Satoshi-kun looked very relieved indeed. I should have done it sooner.
Usually, people do that right away when they want something. It's very rare for somebody not to think of that. Do you guys ever go to the store and see something you want and be like, hey, can you reserve this?
Yeah, I don't think they do that anymore.
I don't think they do that anymore.
You know. Surely.
Maybe in like a small. Okay, maybe in a small town
Yeah.
or something.
I mean, I'm sure they can let you like buy something and then like hold on to it, but like just like saying, "Hey, I want to buy this," and they'll hold it for you. Nah. It's so very fun to tease him. Those painful days seem unbelievable now. Satoshi-kun looked like he'd forgotten everything that happened up until yesterday. And oh, that's me. Oh geez, that's me. Anyway, thanks. Satoshi-kun held out his hand to touch my head. Was he going to stroke it?
Do it.
I felt my face reddening already.
I need my fix.
Finally, just what I wanted.
Everybody who goes into VR, please, just pet me. Just one, please. Even before he touched my head, I felt tingly remembering the last time. I didn't care about the murder or whatever else had happened. As long as Satoshi-kun had his freedom, everything would be alright. I'd be content as long as we could live happily from today onwards. But Satoshi-kun's hand never reached my head. I slowly opened my eyes, only to realize that the situation had drastically changed. There were 4 men in suits blocking our way. It looked as though they'd been waiting for us to exit the toy store.
Is the idea here that she's gonna think that these 4 men are here to arrest him, but they're actually here to arrest her?
Gasp.
Maybe.
Gasp! Hello, hello.
The oldest of the 4 men stepped forward while smirking. I'd never met this man, but looked like he knew both Mion and Satoshi-kun. He was probably a cop. I ran a search for information in my head. I'm in. And found some right away.
Hold on, let me just dig through my mind palace real quick. Good to see both of you. Hojo-san and Sonozaki-san. I'm sorry to bother you at a time like this.
At a time like this.
Let me just turn off the lights real quick.
This must be Kurado Oishi, the cop who's investigating the series of mysterious deaths. He thinks that the Sonozaki family is behind all the cases. In other words, he's an enemy of the Sonozaki family. He has deep connections with other investigation divisions in the police force, and likes to nose around the businesses in this area. He annoys the Sonozaki family enough as it is by interfering with its Yakuza business, let alone his suspicions on the series of the mysterious deaths. Naturally, as the family's successor, he's not a welcome figure to Mio and Sonozaki. I tried to imagine how Sis would react.
Oh, Yishi-san. Thank you for working hard for our safety. Oh, the 4 of you want something from this toy store? A doll, maybe?
I know what they want, and it's not a toy. It's probably not me either. They want Satoshi-kun. I took a look at Satoshi-kun. He seemed a bit uncomfortable. The other 3 cops loosely surrounded us to prevent our escape.
Hojo-san, I'd like to talk to you about something. What for? Are you taking him to the station? You don't have to go with him, Satoshi-kun. Let's get out of here.
I pushed on his shoulder, but he just stood there looking pale and bewildered. Bewildered? No, he actually looked resigned. Then I recalled Sis's mistake. It's obvious that he killed his aunt from the circumstances. You don't even have to look at the crime scene. How could Mion have failed to create an alibi? And I assumed Mion must have spoken to the police without making anything up at all. She must have not told them that she knew where Satoshi-kun was. If she hadn't done anything, the villagers wouldn't work to help her. It was just a matter of time until the police uncovered Satoshi-kun's complete lack of an alibi. The police were trying to corner him and lead him to confess. I looked at Satoshi-kun's face once again. He looked like a dead man. He probably didn't know he could refuse to be interrogated. Yeah, no, you're right, Satoshi. He was taken to the station and grilled by Oishi. Or if he was taken to the station and grilled by Oishi, he'd confess in a minute. Somebody had to protect him. Nobody had ever been there for him. I had to step up now. But how? Would it be possible to alter what Mion had already told them, saying it was a mistake? That wasn't going to work. If I had more time, I'd come up with an excellent idea. But I didn't have that much time at all. To pressure him, the cops were drawing nearer. Satoshi-kun must have felt intimidated. He might end up turning himself in due to the pressure while I'm stuck trying to come up with something.
Just grab him and run.
I have to do something now. I have to say something. Otherwise Satoshi-kun might give in. I have to save him. Oishi drew nearer. Satoshi-kun fell back.
It won't take much time. Come on, don't be scared.
It won't take much time. He just said it. He just said it wouldn't let him out if he caught him now. Satoshi-kun, don't give in.
Said?
I don't think he said that. If you give in now, everything you've been working for will be ruined. Satoshi-kun looked like he was at his breaking point. Oishi was clearly aware of it. Oishi smirked and held out his arm to grab Satoshi-kun's shoulder. I felt electrified when I saw that. That hand shouldn't be allowed to touch Satoshi-kun. That's my job. The moment Oishi touched his shoulder, he'd give in. He'd go to the police station and confess everything.
Do you want to know his alibi?
I don't know.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Do you want to know his alibi?
Oishi turned his face towards me. His hand left hanging in the air. I wasn't very prepared for this.
Not prepared at all.
I just had to stop Oishi no matter what. I only needed to gain some time. It didn't really matter what I said.
That's right. I want to get Hojo-san's alibi. We must not be doing our jobs. We can't seem to confirm his whereabouts at the time of the crime. It's shameful, but we decided to question him in person.
Sorry.
You don't have to ask him. I can confirm his alibi. Oh? Really? That help? You already told me that you were at the festival that night, and many people can confirm it. It'd be easier if we could confirm that Hojo-san was with you. But I don't think you mentioned him when I questioned you last time, did you? Are you going to change your statement now? Even though no one at the festival saw Hojo-san, are you going to tell me he was with you?
You activated my trap card, Oishi. So, Tenchio, welcome on in.
Hi, Tenchio.
Hi,
Shout out.
Tenchio.
It's the guy.
That's the guy. Last playing La Mulana. I feel like I've heard that before. But I
I've
don't know
played an
anything about
hour.
it.
No. I'm thinking of a different game. I'm thinking of Noita. I don't know why I'm thinking. I have the game. It was gifted to me. I just haven't played it yet.
And it do be like that.
It do be like that.
Oh, it's a wave.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, because you got 4 arms. So there's 2 hands.
From
I
a
think.
distance, it looks like something else.
Oh, uh-huh.
That's right. He was with me. Wouldn't that be enough?
Oh my gosh, Tenchio.
So she's just gonna straight up lie, even though he clearly just told her.
Yes, that is the Hinamizawa rap. That's not the actual title, but I didn't link that in the group chat, but I feel like you would enjoy it. It's Keiichi and Oishi rapping about trying to solve the murders unsuccessfully.
I know you were there with your other friends that night. I saw that myself. Are you still saying that you were with him? Isn't that a little too hard to believe? Isn't it?
Oishi approached me with a creepy smile. Was he teasing me because my excuse sounded funny? I didn't think so. He was frustrated due to being interrupted when he was about to catch a big fish.
Are you saying you forgot that you were with him, but just now remembered you actually were? Mion Sonozaki-san?
I did get a little scared, but I couldn't stop myself. I could save Satoshi-kun if I revealed my real identity. I was aware of the risk. Grandma would certainly capture me if I revealed it. I didn't think of the consequences after that. Notebook page 27.
Are you sure you could save Satoshi if you did that? Like, because if you do that, then you need an alibi too.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if Kasai is next door neighbors, he might notice if she's gone, so he could vouch for her, technically.
But this is all lying.
Yeah.
Clearly.
I mean, it is a lie, but I think he would go along with it if she asked.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm not Mion Sonozaki. I didn't go to the Watanagashi festival in the first place. Huh?
Huh?
A what?
Satoshi-kun and I were talking in a restaurant in Okinomiya at that time.
Okay, maybe not the best alibi there.
That's okay. The name
Oh.
of the place is Angel Mort. You can confirm it with the owner if you want.
Okay, so we're gonna get the rest of our family to lie for us. Perfect.
Yep.
Yes, good.
Oishi was still smirking, but apparently he apparently felt confused.
What are you saying? If you aren't Mion, then who are you? I'm
Wait a minute.
Shion Sonozaki,
Who are
Mion's twin sister. Pleasure to meet you, Oishi-san.
Oishi looked perplexed, like he didn't believe what I'd said.
If only he could ask you for your ID.
He frowned.
I didn't know Mion Sonozaki had a twin sister. Are you trying to fool me? Can I see some ID? Not at all. Why don't you check my family register? Or whatever. Should I call sis?
All the cops look bewildered now.
Shion Sonozaki-san. Yes, that's me. Is there anything wrong? Can you come with us? If you're testifying that you were with Hojo-san that night, I'll have to talk to you too. Sure thing. Please go easy on us.
And the cops gathered at their car and started discussing something. Looked like they never expected this to happen. I hope to be able to fake Satoshi-kun's alibi for at least a little while. It shouldn't be too difficult to talk to Sis about this, then forge up an alibi together.
Satoshi-kun? Tell them you were chatting with me at Angel Mort that night, no matter what they ask, okay? I'll confirm your alibi.
Oh, ad.
Tell them you don't remember that night too clearly, or maybe you should just keep silent.
While the ad runs, I'm gonna go take a bio break.
Okay.
Go piss, girl.
Go piss, girl.
How are we doing, gamers? Welcome back from the ads. Want a break from the ads?
Oh boy, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Satoshi-kun wore a startled expression. Though I was telling him something important, he'd apparently decided not to listen.
Can you hear me, Satoshi-kun? You can't mess this up, okay?
Don't fuck this up for us.
Okay. He must have been feeling deceived.
Because he was.
Yeah, kind of a little bit.
Yeah.
No wonder. I just confessed that I wasn't Mion, but her twin sister. I really had been deceiving him.
Are you upset?
It only took you a police interrogation to tell the truth, so obviously I'm okay with this.
Which is ironic because she's not telling the truth.
Mm-hmm. Why?
Because I've been fooling you. No, why did you lie to me?
Satoshi-kun started laughing. I didn't know why he'd laugh, because he wasn't the type of person who would laugh in order to hide something. I finally understand why you were weird sometimes in class. I've been thinking it was a bit strange.
Aren't you upset?
Oh,
I-
absolutely.
Aren't you upset that I've been fooling you?
Satoshi-kun
without a
looked
doubt.
puzzled. It was like he didn't know whether he should be upset about it or not. Or maybe he was only
next.
pretending to be that way. So, this isn't the first time we've met, is it?
Well, yes, that's right.
Okay. How do you write your name?
I'm gonna put it in my death note. With the characters for poetry and sound.
Shion. Huh.
Huh?
That's a beautiful name.
Could you please come with us to the station? We can get you instant coffee or tea if you'd like. When do we get answers?
I'm so glad these are all the answers we were looking for.
Wait,
Don't
what happened to
worry.
notebook page 27?
27 was the one we had in scene, I think.
Oh,
So, hold on. Let's see what
I
tips
see.
we have. 21, 24, 29. I mean, there's been ones like scattered intermittently, but we skipped at least one, it seems. Either Satoshi-kun was smart or very lucky. Or maybe it wasn't him. The police found nothing at the crime scene to indicate his involvement in the murder. Yet Satoshi-kun was still the prime suspect. Considering his home environment, he had a strong enough motive. He had no alibi. The police had everything other than physical evidence. It wasn't surprising that Oishi took a chance. He probably didn't expect me to step in, but what I did was too little to avert his suspicion of Satoshi-kun. Oishi believed that Satoshi-kun did it. He was waiting for
So did you.
Satoshi-kun to fall apart and confess. And that's what both Oishi and I were thinking. But that hypothesis was destroyed later on. I'm not talking
what a shocker.
I'll not talk about it now. I'll not talk about it now, but Oishi's theory will be disproven, and the police will be thrown into shock. A question comes to mind. That is, who saved Satoshi-kun? I can only think of the possibility that the Sonozaki family invented the culprit. They just
Wow, I
made up a
can't believe
guy
she's
for the police
spoiled.
to be mad at. Okay, I'm gonna
She didn't,
reload the game.
she didn't have to reveal herself. She could just let him go.
See if it'll fix the sound thing happening. I have way too many windows open. Ugh. Oh. Well, on your guys' end, it's because I've had the share application audio unchecked from the last time I shared my screen,
Wow.
apparently.
Oh.
I can hear it now.
I can hear the Higurashi when they're
Hey.
crying.
And it
Kai.
also fixed it for OBS. Let's go.
Let's go!
Unrelated, because it was just OBS not detecting it. But, what, like 20 decibels should be okay? Alright. I think I was sharing like OBS or something on screen. I was like, I don't want my desktop audio to be heard. The cops are smart enough to separate us during questioning. Oishi didn't come to talk to me. His name was Satoshi-kun and nobody else. I got a young cop who just talked about ordinary things. He must have been trying to ease me into the interrogation. When I realized that, the clumsy way he spoke began to frustrate me. Is Satoshi-kun alright? I didn't think Oishi really bought my testimony. He must have been trying to get Satoshi-kun to confess in spite of that. All I could do was pray that he'd keep quiet. The phone on the desk rang, and the cop picked it up. This is Kumagai. What? Alright. I understand. Right away. He hung up and told me somebody had come to retrieve me. Looked like Satoshi-kun had to stay. Were they going to continue the interrogation just because he had nobody to pick him up? Although, maybe I should have been worrying more about myself.
Wait,
The
who
hag-
is watching the kids?
You know. Nobody.
Like, Cunity, I know you hate this family, but these two kids are alone.
Mm-hmm.
And their aunt just got murdered.
It's fine.
Is anyone watching them?
Everything's
Who's responsible here?
fine.
I don't think anyone is responsible in this world,
Mm-mm.
to be quite fair.
Well, everybody is
quite
responsible in that they're guilty for everything bad
Yeah.
happening.
Yeah. Yeah.
The hag had probably heard about me by now, since I revealed my identity to the police. I couldn't hide it any longer. I was going to receive some sort of punishment. I had no idea what she'd end up doing to me. The degree of punishment for a traitor is always severe in the world of the Sonozakis. The punishment must be carried out. If it's to protect the family's reputation, it's carried out no matter what. Maybe I should kiss my pinky finger while I still can. I asked the young cop just in case.
Hey, did you know that in America, if a condemned criminal gets arrested in a state which has banned capital punishment, they'll refuse to surrender him to the state prosecuting him if that state hasn't banned it? Is that true?
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, also, I don't know if that still applies. This is the 1980s.
Mm-hmm. I guess it depends on whether or not. Well, if he crossed state lines. I mean, I guess technically, if he didn't commit a crime after crossing state lines, the FBI wouldn't be able to get involved. Which means it would be up to whatever state arrested him to send him back. So maybe. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
Is this for any criminal, or for any criminal offense, or is it just like
Well,
only for like offenses that could result in capital punishment?
I assume just capital punishment, but I mean, weed's illegal in places.
Let's see where this goes.
Huh? Maybe it was too difficult for him. He just looked puzzled.
Oh, okay.
Anyway.
Now that that's over.
A glossy black car was waiting for me in front of the police station. A few men from my dad's office bowed to me. Maybe she was like trying to get him to like not give her up to the car. It's like, hey, can you like keep me here?
Who is this?
Good question. Some guy. Medium.
And you want to take this
Oh.
one?
I'll make up a guy who's not
Which one
cross-eyed.
is the first one?
It's the
The
first
first
one,
one.
yeah.
Okay. It's been a long time, Shion-san.
Where's Kasai?
Kasai had been helping me ever since my escape from the school. They wouldn't allow him to walk free.
How's Sis doing? Does she still have something to say about this?
We were only told to bring you to the main house. Please ask her when you get there.
After saying that, he escorted me into the car. A man sat on either side of me. Obviously, they didn't want me to escape. Thinking of Satoshi-kun, I looked back at the police station. Hold on tight, Satoshi-kun. I'll grin and bear it too. The car started off roughly. It was never a good occasion when I went to this house. Except when Mion and I were really small, oblivious of what the Sonozaki name meant for us. I'd been here only when I had to attend boring family councils. The car parked behind the house. Traders aren't allowed in through the main gate. I got out of the car. It looked like Sis would be the only person to receive me. I almost spoke to her casually, but her cold gaze froze me before I could.
It's been a while, Shion. I never expected to see you other than on New Year's.
It gave me the chills to hear her greet me in that cold manner.
It's a pleasure to see you again, Mion-sama. I feel overjoyed to have the chance to see you other than on New Year's.
I responded, trying to sound likewise.
Our leader is deeply upset. I wonder how you'll explain yourself. I have nothing to explain.
I had no excuse. I'd escaped from the school solely because I couldn't stand it there. That was all.
Shion, come this way. Everyone is waiting for you.
Mion escorted me, and the others followed. We went to the garden, not into the house. As we passed through the huge yard into the woods, I realized where she was taking me. When we were little, we were never told to go near these, or we were told never to go near these woods. I had a vague idea of what was in the back of them. I'd heard there was a hidden entrance to the underground torture room, where they used to punish the enemies of the family. The more hideous rumors I had heard about the family, the more credible those rumors seemed. Well, I wasn't completely certain about any of that. I'd never expected to see the torture room for myself. We came to a concave clearing in the middle of the woods. I saw a metal door at the bottom of it. The door reminded me of a bomb shelter.
So this is the underground torture room, huh?
I was surprised to hear my own voice. My voice was trembling.
Oh.
It made me realize that I was more scared than I thought. Nobody answered my question. The very air felt tense. According to the family rules, one of the twins must be eliminated. Was I finally going to be eliminated?
Oh shit.
I realized I had been underestimating my punishment.
Oh shit.
I hadn't been aware of the
Uh-oh.
real terror until now. I just thought I was. Beyond the steel door, the air had an intimidating smell. This really was happening to me. I shouldn't allow myself to give in to fear. Fear is the mind killer, Mion. I felt like saying something rude, but my lips were dry, and my fingers were fidgeting. I was escorted through the narrow hallway and down a few sets of stairs. There, I saw another huge steel door. So this was the place. It was a spacious and utterly odd-looking room. The room had two sections that looked completely different. One side looked like a lounge. I saw several high-ranking members of the family council sitting on the cushions there, looking expressionless. The other half was tiled, as if in a large public bath. That was already puzzling enough. And there were those things. To be honest, they had captured my attention from the moment I arrived. I noticed them even before I saw the lounge and tiled space. I just didn't want to accept that they existed. I couldn't stand straight. I almost dropped to my knees, but I couldn't. Two young men had been holding me by the arm since I got here. There were oddly shaped things hanging from the wall. I was just refusing to recognize what they were. I knew exactly what they were called. I see. I understood that those eerily shaped objects were torture devices from hell. Oh yeah.
Damn fool! How dare you return?
Oops. I had to turn it down on my end, and I accidentally clicked. The hag sitting at the front of the lounge intimidated me in a horrid voice. She kept cursing me for a little while, but she was so incensed that I could barely tell what she was saying. I knew what she was trying to say, though. The hag was willing to forgive my escape from the school, but once I revealed my identity to the police, she had to step in. Since I had disobeyed the family rule, she, as the leader, was forced to punish me. Moreover, there was only one thing that bothered her more than anything else. The fact that I covered for Satoshi-kun. The Hojo family had been seen as the traitors to the village ever since the dam conflict. Satoshi-kun is still considered one of them. She couldn't accept that I was connected to him. To me, this was a bit unexpected. I'd escaped from the school the hag had put me in. All the while, I believed that was what she was upset about. But in fact, she said that she was the most uncomfortable with my connection with Satoshi-kun. I couldn't believe this. Of course...
Romeo and Juliet.
Everything went well in that play, right?
Yep. So well.
Famously.
Of course, I knew that Satoshi-kun's family was persecuted for their betrayal. But I didn't think that Satoshi-kun was also burdened with that responsibility.
He has nothing to do with that. I understand that his parents were ostracized, but he shouldn't be. Shut the hell up!
The hag interrupted me with a shout, which made me cower in fear. She continued slandering the Hojos and said that Satoshi-kun was a cursed child. I started feeling pissed off. What did he do to deserve this? What was he being blamed for? It was too late when I realized I'd said that out loud. The hag looked furious. I'd obviously upset her. I decided to repeat myself to make it very clear how I felt.
What are you saying, you old hag? Everything you've spouted is nonsense.
Huh? Who the hell do you think you're talking to?
Shut the.
Oh,
I missed Seth.
Shut.
Oh,
Wait, what was the last thing you heard?
You said shut the, and then you like
Yeah.
faded out.
Shut the fuck up. Let me finish.
I shouted loudly to silence the hag. Yeah, get her ass.
What the fuck do you know about Satoshi-kun? How could you talk about him like he's some pest when you don't know anything about him? I know how sweet he is. You don't like him because he's a hojo? How fucking stupid is that? Is even your brain archaic or what? You hate the fact that that a Sonozaki is with a hojo that much? That's not just stupid. That's beyond stupid.
That's advanced stupidity.
Boy, I never expected to feel like Juliet. Hey.
Hey. I can't believe Seth can not only predict the plot, but the script. My voice became hoarse from shouting. My face was messy with tears. Even so, I didn't feel like putting a stop to my emotional explosion. I was all too aware that I was doing this just to overwhelm my fear. The hag was glaring at me while breathing heavily. I glared back at her as fiercely as I could. Eventually, I realized that her sticking point was my relationship with Satoshi-kun. She wasn't only upset that I had a mere connection with him.
I see. Looks like Mion mentioned that too.
It was as though Mion was wearing a mask. She didn't budge under my penetrating glare. That was what the hag was really unhappy about. The fact that I was in love with Satoshi-kun.
I don't give a shit about his family background or my own. Yeah, I'll admit that I'm in love with him. I love Satoshi Hojo-kun. I love him so much. Is that so wrong? Do you need a reason to love somebody?
I could see the relatives shaking their heads in turmoil. Among them, I saw my mom. She must have been trying to protect me. But even she wouldn't look at me. Instead, she looked silently at the floor.
Did you guys in the back hear me? Am I wrong? You'd know how sweet Satoshi-kun is in an instant if you bothered to get to know him. How can you put him down without...
Mion held out a hand to silence me. Then, she slowly walked in my direction.
That's enough, Shion. I understand what you wanted to say.
Mion put her head close to mine and whispered.
Shion, I know how you feel, but you can't go back after coming this far. You have to pay for what you did. What did I do? Why me? That's ridiculous. Shion.
Mion's face turned cold again, and she calmly told me.
You're probably right, but this is Hinamizawa, and we are the Sonozakis, as I'm sure you understand. We are the leaders of the three families, and you are the twin sister of the successor, Mion Sonozaki. Yet,
I interrupted her.
we haven't agreed on that matter ever since I came back. You're full of this reputation shit. Hinamizawa? The Sonozakis? So what? I don't give a fuck about... Listen!
Mion interrupted me, just like I did her.
How many people do you depend on to start your new life in Okinomiya?
Chills shot through my spine. And
Kasai-san is in the cell at the back. What? Why Kasai?
I knew why, of course. The moment I got caught, those who helped me were destined to meet the same fate. We were all subject to the punishment of betrayal. Maybe my punishment would be lighter than what they'd be going through. Kasai and Uncle Yoshiro must have been treated much worse than this. Everybody who helped me was falling victim.
I know that you are prepared for your punishment, but have you ever thought of the consequences that Kasai and Uncle Yoshiro will have to face?
My head rapidly cooled down. My aggression was all used up. Gosh, Sancho, hello, welcome on in.
Hi, Sancho.
Hi, Sancho.
Did you see... Oh, actually, I'm stupid. That is not how I want to phrase this question. I was going to say, chat, you should see how cute little kobold Seth is that Sancho made.
Yeah. One day.
So cute.
One day I might have it on stream.
I should be able to bear whatever punishment they'd bring on me. But I resented the fact that I'd be putting the people who supported me at risk.
Shion, apologize to Granny. If you do, the others won't have to suffer. Alright? But Mion, did I really do something wrong? Was any of what I did that bad?
The moment Mion learned that I wasn't willing to apologize, her expression turned cold again. She turned her back to me and returned to the lounge. I talked back to the hag in a really harsh manner. I told her that I didn't do anything wrong, yet I involved many people to who I owed so much. It went without saying that this was my responsibility. I was the sole person to blame, and no fault lay with them. Yes, Kasai and Yoshiro-san were blameless, just as Satoshi-kun was. But then, as if she read my mind, Mion turned around and gave a slight nod. It was possible that something was going to happen to Satoshi-kun. Oh, there's the ad.
Oh no, what's gonna happen to Satoshi-kun?
No.
This is the second ad I've gotten today that has involved chicken, and I'm getting hungry,
Chicken.
even though I've already eaten.
There was a little time that I kept getting like Meow Mix ads, and I was just like, we don't own a cat. The only reason I would be getting cat ads is if they know.
They
know. Yeah, so this guy's a furry, right? that means they eat cat food, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously.
Obviously.
It's the opposite.
Thanks, AI.
The party meme. Instead of, they don't know I'm a gay cat on the internet, they do know I'm a gay cat on the internet.
They know too well.
Mm-hmm.
They know you're gay, and they know that a cat's involved.
Mm-hmm.
They can't go beyond that.
And two together.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Alright, should be back. On top of Kasai and Uncle Yoshiro. Should probably just reread that whole thing. It was possible that something was going to happen to Satoshi-kun, on top of Kasai and Uncle Yoshiro.
What? Wait, sis!
That can't happen. Satoshi-kun, I mean, nobody else should be punished. Please forgive them.
What is it, Shion?
Tears rolled down my cheeks. I no longer cared about my pride.
I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me.
I should have said what the hag wanted to hear. Yet, she still looked unsatisfied. Maybe that wasn't too surprising. I had just denounced her so badly in front of the relatives. She wouldn't forgive me so easily. Just then, Mion spoke as the successor.
So, Shion, how do you propose we pay for this? How do you propose to pay for this? Pay? What do you want me to do?
Nothing could be scarier than being told to pay up while standing next to horrid-looking torture devices. I was completely terrified. I couldn't move from trembling. Mion saw that and whispered to our grandmother. The hag nodded. Mion summoned some young minions and gave them an order.
Some young minions?
Mhm.
Some henchmen, perhaps?
No, minions.
Maybe even goons?
Yeah, the goon squad.
Mhm.
They removed one of the torture devices hanging on the wall, then set a table in front of me and put the device on top of it.
What is this? It's a tool for removing fingernails.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a content warning. And we're just gonna pin that until the scene is over. So if you don't want to hear any of what's gonna happen, because I don't know how bad it's gonna get, just go ahead and mute the stream till the pinned message is gone.
Do you know how to use it?
Is she gonna use it on herself?
No way.
I shook as I stared at the tool. It looked like a giant nail clipper. You probably put the part that looks like a beak between your fingers and fingernail, pulling them apart if you squeeze the handle. The chills ran up and down my spine when I imagined that.
Each fingernail represents one of your responsibilities. Shion Sonozaki, no matter which ones you choose, you must remove 3 nails yourself.
3. 1 for Kasai, 1 for Uncle Yoshiro, and the last for Satoshi-kun. It was a fairly reasonable number.
Will you really not punish the others? Promise me. Please let them go if I do this. This is a punishment, not a negotiation. If you don't like the procedure, I'll do it. Just give me a second. I'm doing it.
I put the device to my little finger while shaking badly. If my fingernail were shorter, it would have been harder. The metal beak captured my little finger beautifully. The subordinates then stabilized my left hand with a different restraining tool. That seemed reasonable because my finger would slip out if it weren't restrained like that. As the subordinates buckled up the leather straps, I realized that this was really happening, and there was no escape. Somewhere in my mind, I'd been thinking that they might forgive me after just the gesture alone. I shouldn't have been so naive. The emotions I'd been holding back appeared in the form of tears and kept rolling down my cheeks. It was like my feelings were being squeezed out until the very last drip. Something even more horrifying followed this. It was the silence that awaited my next action.
So, what should I do now?
One of the subordinates pointed to the handle and told me to either squeeze it or hit it. He recommended that the latter would be
Do you
easier.
want it slow or fast?
To make it quick. Nobody said anything after that. There's nothing to hear but the sound of my sweat dripping onto the floor. The onlookers were staring at me silently, waiting for me to execute my punishment. Both the hag and Mion, they were also anticipating it. I could refuse, but that meant I wouldn't be paying up. This punishment exists to offer payment in exchange for the safety of those who helped me. If I refused, they would suffer. I started breathing heavily. I knew that if I did this, the others would go free. This was, if you thought about it, quite a good deal. If it weren't me, it wouldn't be just 3 fingernails. If it were Kasai, he'd have to sacrifice a little finger or something even worse. I knew that. It was my selfish desire to get away from that school. Why did Kasai have to suffer because of that? I knew that. Why did Uncle Yoshiro have to suffer just because he provided me with the job? I knew that the hag and the other relatives still hated the Hojos, so I didn't know what they'd do for Satoshi-kun if I didn't do this. Would they bring Satoshi-kun here and tell him to do the same? Would they tell him to remove his fingernails in exchange for forgiving me? He'd do it. He'd sacrifice himself with no hesitation in order to save others. My My sweat dripped onto the table through my nose. I'd do it, yes. It was only 3 fingernails. It might hurt a lot, but I wouldn't die. The fingernails would just grow back. It wouldn't even leave a huge scar. I shouldn't be afraid. The punishment was minimal because it was me. If I refused to do this, the others would be punished much more severely. I couldn't let that happen to Kasai, Uncle Yoshiro, or Satoshi-kun. I was the only one who should be punished. So I just need to bear the pain. I wasn't just breathing heavily anymore. I was also moaning faintly, ready to scream at any moment. That's right. Make it quick. This wasn't torture, so I didn't have to prolong the moment of pain. I should do it in one swift blow. That way my pain and fear would be minimized. I raised my right arm. Quickly. The pain would be lessened if I did it in one stroke. It'd be much more painful if I messed it up.
Ha! Ha! Ha!
I held my breath. I felt as if my body was frozen. I was choking. Chills crept up my spine. Don't be afraid, Shion. Fingernails are just a tiny fraction of the whole body. Just 1 square centimeter. I could do this. I could bear it.
What?
I smacked my right hand onto the handle of the device. I sensed the noise through my body instead of through my ears. At the same time, I felt a pain I'd never experienced before. A moment later, the pain pulsated with my heartbeat.
Oh! Oh!
I clenched my teeth. I felt like my teeth were cracking. I tightly shut my eyes until my eyeballs got squeezed up. The pain wouldn't fade. Rather, it swelled with my blood pressure. I felt as though it was bloating like a balloon. Timidly, I opened my eyes. I found that my little finger wasn't really drenched in blood. It was bleeding, but not much. Certainly not enough to explain how much it hurt. My fingernail was open just like the hood of a car. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was overwhelming. It occurred to me that I'd only done 1 out of the 3. Did I have to repeat this 2 more times? Did I have to remove the nails from my ring and middle fingers as well? I looked at the hag and at Mion, begging for mercy, but they were just silently staring at me, as if the show had only just begun. I saw no hint of mercy in their eyes. They wouldn't be changing their minds. Since they said 3, it had to be 3. They wouldn't forgive me until I removed 2 more fingernails.
Man, look, isn't this enough? It really hurts, you know that? You see that in my eyes, don't you? It really hurts.
Mion answered, still wearing a cold look.
You can't keep going? Shion?
She didn't mean that it was sufficient. What she meant is that the others would have to take the remaining punishment if I didn't. I knew that. I really did know.
I'll do it. This is easy. You sadist. Aha. This doesn't scare me. This doesn't hurt. Ah.
I quickly moved the metal beak and set it on my ring finger, and smacked it with no hesitation. Instead of making it quick, maybe I was just rushing out of fear. I'd messed up. The torture tool had clipped just the tip of my fingernail. The pain, however, was equal. I couldn't believe I'd only chipped it. Did I have to do it again? Did I have to continue removing the nail from my ring finger? That much pain again? Again?
Shion?
No. I don't want to do it.
I couldn't bear it anymore. I started crying shamelessly.
I can't take it anymore. It's too painful. Forgive me, please. I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
They didn't seem to hear my voice. It felt as though there was an invisible barrier between us. They showed no mercy. They were just here to witness this ritual. So, rather than sympathetic, they looked amazed by my screw-up. Mion walked up to me and whispered to my crying face.
Mion. There's just a bit more to go. Hang in there. No! No! No, no!
You make it
I
sound
can't
so
do this.
easy, Neon.
It's just that easy.
Yeah, just do it again.
I can't do this! It really hurts! It really does! Oh! Ah! Ah!
Mion shook her head, then signaled the subordinates. They came from behind me. They covered my head with something like a knit cap. It was a blindfold. One of them pinned me in a Nelson hold, restricting my movement.
No! Stop it! No!
I couldn't overpower the guy behind me. Then, I felt something strange on my left hand. The other guy was doing something with the torture tool. He put the metal beak between my ring finger and its fingernail.
No! Mom, help me! Mom! Ah!
My left hand was fixed in the restraints, so I couldn't put up much protest anyway. But even that left hand was pressed down by his rough palms until it hurt, robbing it of the freedom to even tremble. They had no hesitation. It was made very clear to me how merciless people could be. Robbed of my vision, all I could do was clench my teeth against the pain assailing me. If there was anything I was thankful for, it was that he was well practiced and had ripped off both my fingernails cleanly. Pain and screaming might induce narcotic chemicals in the brain. While screaming, I started losing consciousness.
Okay, but who killed the ant?
I woke up. My memories were missing. I couldn't remember how I got back to my room. I held my head with both hands. My left hand was bandaged. The fingers that had their nails removed had swollen like hot dogs. I'd paid with those 3 fingernails for what I did. The hag had said something about the punishment, but I didn't remember any of it. I was taken to a hospital in Okinomiya. The car shook on the way, adding extra pain on top of what I already felt. Somebody gave me some aspirin. They worked just like they said on TV, but they didn't last more than 10 minutes. I swallowed the pills without water. While I was spacing out in the waiting lounge, Kasai showed up. He probably came to check if I was alright. I obviously wasn't. He must have understood that from my bandaged left arm dangling from my shoulder. Kasai, on the other hand, looked just fine. At least on the outside. I was relieved that my sacrifice had meant something. Kasai didn't say anything. I couldn't tell if he wanted to tell me something or not, because he looked so emotionless.
Kasai.
Yes.
He paused shortly before answering. I could tell he was upset. I didn't regret revealing my true identity in order to protect Satoshi-kun. But I hadn't wanted Kasai or Uncle Yoshio to be hurt. I had been contradicting myself.
You know how Uncle Yoshiro's doing?
No. I'm sure he's all right. Because he's strong. Even so, you should apologize to him.
Okay.
I wanted to ask him about Satoshi-kun too. I wondered if he was captured or harassed by the Sonozaki family because of me. But I was hesitant to ask Kasai. After all, I chose Satoshi-kun over them. Was Satoshi-kun alright? I hoped he wouldn't get caught or incarcerated somewhere. I paid the hospital bill and Kasai gave me a ride home. I finally realized that somebody was knocking on my door.
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay. Shion-san. It's not healthy to sleep so much.
It was Kasai.
It's not like you're in... It's not like you're recovering.
No, she doesn't need a rest. He put some side dishes on the table and we started nibbling at them.
How do you feel?
Depressed. Huh. Hello?
Sorry, I was unpinning the
okay.
message. I think we're
Have
in
you
the
been
safe
resting?
territory.
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
Have you been resting? Have you been eating?
I've been eating the stuff left in the fridge. Otherwise, I've been either sleeping or staring at the ceiling.
It had been 3 days. I'd just been lying down since then. I woke up every now and then in my shallow sleep, but I didn't feel like getting up or thinking. I felt like I'd just been floating the whole time. My appetite was gone, but it came back with the smell of the food Kasai brought. I wasn't able to think of anything to talk to Kasai about, so I just ate silently.
I got a call from Mion-san yesterday. She was saying she called you a few times, but never got through.
The moment I heard Mion's name, I felt my wounds throb. But it didn't stop Kasai, who continued.
Because you paid up. the family decided to close the matter. You will officially withdraw from St. Lucia's and transfer to a school in Okinomiya.
They're finally acknowledging my right to make my own decisions, huh?
Indeed. They said you could live as yourself now, under a few conditions. You will stay away from Hinamizawa. You won't pretend to be Mion Sonozaki. You won't show up in public places, and so on. This means...
Wait. Any public place?
I assume only in Hinamizawa.
Yeah. Because I think the implication is that the only reason you can be in Hinamizawa is at our estate.
Yeah.
Okay.
In exchange for acknowledging me, they don't want me to hang around.
That's correct. Of course, it is only temporary. Until things cool down. There is no set duration. But I think you should stay inconspicuous at least until the end of the year.
Girl, make some money and then run.
Just
I
go to
think that's
Tokyo.
appropriate.
Or
It'd be good
Kyoto
enough just to
or
live in
Osaka.
Okinomiya quietly. The way it was before.
Kasai put on a sad smile. I smiled back at him likewise. Before the conversation ended, I should ask him what I wanted to know.
How's Satoshi-kun doing?
I wish that Kasai would assure me of his safety right away. But he didn't answer like that.
Kasai. Is he alright?
Shion-san.
Kasai put his chopsticks down.
The family wants you to forget about him.
What?
Shion-san. I don't want to get in an argument with you, so I will not get into the details. I'm only relaying to you what the family wants.
What are you talking about? What details, Kasai?
Kasai pretended as though he didn't hear me and started eating again. I had never seen him get so stubborn like this. The Sonozaki family had been using the Hojo family as a scapegoat. They must have concluded that a Sonozaki shouldn't be in love with a Hojo. I didn't like that. Satoko is a friend of Mion's at school. Would it be okay if Satoshi-kun and I were the same gender? Would it be better if we were gay? Anyway, if I did something conspicuous again, they might do something to him for real. Just like they forced me to remove my own fingernails. The Sonozaki family wouldn't hesitate. They'd torture him if need be. Maybe, if I really loved him, I should stay away. Satoshi-kun won't show up in Okinomiya, unless he rejoins the Hinamizawa fighters. I had to pretend to be Mion if I wanted to go to Hinamizawa. But I didn't think she'd cooperate with me. Even if she did, it'd be some time down the road. Even if they told me not to see him, I already had no means of doing that again. Oh, wait. Mion gave me his number a little while ago. I could call him, and maybe ask to meet him with him secretly. But if I got caught again, they wouldn't cut me any slack. Should I risk it? What the hell did I even want from Satoshi-kun?
Kasai. Can I be alone for a moment?
Kasai started putting away his food in a rush, assuming that I wanted him to leave.
Oh, no, that's not what I meant. Take your time and finish your food. I just want to take a walk.
You can't lock this place up if I don't step out with you.
Kasai quickly put away his meal and followed me out.
Just to be clear, I'm not going out to see Satoshi-kun, alright?
I see.
I turned around and started walking. My destination was rather pathetic. It was the toy store that sold that giant teddy bear. I couldn't deny that I was somewhat expecting Satoshi-kun to pass by there. I couldn't stop myself from looking at the faces of the passers-by who assembled him. I looked into the store's window. The teddy bear was gone.
Congrats, Satoshi-kun. Looks like you were able to buy it.
His evil
Surprised
aunt-
he actually wasn't able to.
Actually, somebody else just bought it up before him. So sad.
So sad.
His
This is
evil
so
aunt
sad.
had died, and his wicked uncle was living with his mistress. Satoshi-kun succeeded in fulfilling his duty as a big brother by buying his little sister that huge teddy bear.
That's what a big brother should do. That's the only responsible a big brother should have in the situation.
Yeah, just spend a bunch of money on them. There's nobody left to hurt him. Except for me. I'll hurt him. He is free from his tiresome efforts. He is completely free from pain. Over time, he'd retrieve his smile, and he'd go back to being the Satoshi-kun I love. But I wouldn't be there with him. Honk honk. I heard a car honking. I didn't think it was honking at me at first, but it was so persistent that I had to look up. The person waving at me from their car was Irie. He was waving at me all carefree, oblivious to my feelings, oblivious to the ad that's running right now. I'm gonna go get some more water.
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 Oh.
I overfilled it.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I cannot tell where it is dripping on me from. It's fine.
Sonozaki-san. Long time no see. Oh, are you meeting up with Hojo-san?
No, I'm not.
I know he looks into that store's windows all the time. So I assumed you were expecting him here or something.
No, I'm just passing by. Looks like he was able to buy that teddy bear.
Irie seemed to know about the teddy bear as well. He smiled upon seeing its empty display space.
Yesterday was Sataka-chan's birthday. He must have celebrated it with that teddy bear.
He doesn't have to work so hard anymore, huh?
You know, until he's an adult.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
Did he turn in his resignation to the Hinamizawa fighters?
Oh, does that even exist? I never received one.
Oh, the resignation.
Yeah.
I thought he was asking if the Hinami's fighters even exist.
Oh.
Like, I'm sorry, what?
What?
Excuse
Namizawa
me?
who?
Did you, Sonosaki-san?
No, I didn't.
So that means he still belongs on the team. I think he'll be back after things have settled down. But I know he'll be sad if he doesn't see you there.
Yuri teased me. He's a grown-up after all. He must have been trying to sound optimistic because he knew I was feeling a bit down.
You can come back to the team anytime you want. It might as well be empty without you. I'm thinking of providing you with a maid costume when you come back.
Please don't. I burst into laughter. Yuri sure hadn't changed.
Oh, I almost forgot.
Oh,
Wait.
this is Shion.
Yep.
Oh, I almost forgot. I can tell you my name now. Sorry, Coach. I was lying about my identity. I'm not Mion. I'm her twin sister, Shion. I've been pretending to be her for a few reasons.
He's already known this the entire time.
What? The Sigma? You're Mion-san's twin sister?
He was totally taken aback. I burst into laughter again.
Yes. I am Shion Sonosaki. I'm forced to live quietly because my grandmother hates me, though.
I never realized that Mion-san had a twin sister.
Whoa, Jesus Christ.
Oishi jump scare.
He's just suddenly here. Same here.
Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted us. The voice sounded mean and greasy, unlike Yuri's. Greasy. It was him.
How does a voice sound greasy?
I don't know. Oishi.
Hello, Dr. Irie. Thank you for your cooperation last night.
Hello, Mario.
What happened last night?
Don't mention it. I wasn't of much help.
They're just going through the motions. It was obvious that they hated each other. Yurie whispered to me.
I'm leaving now. Do you want to get in my car?
Let's get the fuck out of here.
Wait, what happened last night?
I can drive you home. A cab.
Yurie figured out that Oishi was after me, so he was giving me a chance to slip away. Looking at Oishi's face, it was clear that his focus was on me, not Irie. He probably intended to interrogate me until my testimony broke. I was sure I could talk my way out of it, but it'd be just a waste of time.
All right, Coach. Let's get going.
Oh, are you two going somewhere together?
Yes. we're on our way to get some stuff for the team. We have to drop by a few places, so will you excuse us?
Irie bowed. I followed suit. I had to admire how good he was at lying. He's a grown-up after all.
Yep. All grown-ups are so good at lying.
So
Famously.
true. Oh, she seemed to know it was a lie. But he didn't have a warrant, so he couldn't just stop us. I moved to get into Irie's car.
How are your wounds, Shion Sonozaki-san?
I gasped when I heard that. My left hand was bandaged. It was unsightly, so I kept it in my pocket. There was no way Oishi could have been able to see it.
They'll heal with no problems if they don't get infected. I tore my fingernails off a couple times myself when I was a kid. But look, they look beautiful now, don't they? Watch it, like they're all like manicured and.
I just had them painted, actually.
Yes. What do you like the color I chose?
Men's fingernails shouldn't look beautiful. It gives me the creeps. Oh, she's homophobic too. Can't believe this.
It's only okay if I'm the gay one. Shout out to Lemon. Last playing
Hi, Lemon.
Hypogia. Is that an upcoming thing? I've been missing out on the few working streams because I can't get up early most of the time. Oishi scratched his head and chuckled. He's supposed to be one of the best cops at Okinomiya PD, and he knows all about the underground activities in the region. He must have heard about my payment from somewhere. Still, that happened in the secret basement of the Sonozaki main house. I couldn't underestimate this guy's sources.
Thank you for your
Thank you for your kind words. We'll be going now. Excuse us.
Shion Sonozaki-san. I'm gonna keep saying your full name. Why don't we get coffee together sometime?
What? Are you hitting on me? Nope.
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 Nope. Sorry. Time flies. I can't waste any of that precious time on things that don't interest me.
Ah, you got me there. How about this then? You can leave anytime if you get bored of talking to me. I won't stop you. How does that sound?
I don't mind you talking, but I won't talk back. I doubt you could call it a conversation.
Yes, that'd be fine. You could just listen, and I'll talk. You could just listen to an old man ramble while sipping on a cup of coffee.
Damn fine coffee.
That's gonna be me with radium.
Yippee!
Wait, which one of you is talking and which one of you is sipping?
I'm the sipping one.
Yeah.
He was being strangely persistent. It didn't look like he was trying to poke a hole in my statement. What would he even talk about? I got a bit curious, even though I was still skeptical.
Coach, I think I'll go with the old man instead.
Sion-san.
I winked at him and told him not to worry.
Don't worry.
It's fine.
Wink.
Wink. Irie didn't insist. He got in his car and drove off. Oishi backed his car up so I could get in. I hopped in the back seat since I didn't want to sit next to him. It was nicely air conditioned.
Are we really going to a cafe?
Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we really going to a cafe? Are we
If you could direct me to one with no connection to your family, that'd be great.
Sorry, we own all the businesses in town, actually.
Yeah, okay, just go ahead and keep hop on the highway. Just head down to Tokyo. Why don't you just take me to the station then?
Oishi carefully checked for oncoming traffic and then started driving. Oishi took me to the police station, as I thought he might. If he had taken me to a nice cafe, he would have scored some points. But whatever.
I thought it'd be more convenient if we came here. You can still go home if you get bored.
Try your best not to bore me then. Do you want me to go into the station and hand in hand with you?
Oishi chuckled and got out of the car. He escorted me inside the station. I thought he'd take me into an interrogation room, but instead he took me to an office of the investigation division. Officers in both suits and uniforms were working at their desks, answering phones. There was a desk with a plate that said Section Manager, and nearby there were couches and a table. Oishi told me to sit on the couch and started making some instant coffee. I'd never been to this part of the police station. I looked around in curiosity.
Did you think I'd take you to an interrogation room?
Oishi brought over a tray with coffee cups on it.
You're treating me better than I expected. I thought you'd whip me or something.
My tastes don't run that way.
So, I thought you wanted to talk. Talk, old man.
All right, I'll cut to the chase. Are you in love with Satoshi Hojo-san?
What? It's getting boring already. I'm going home. Bye.
Okay, please forget that.
Oishi must have known why I had to remove my fingernails. He wasn't trying to confirm that I liked Satoshi-kun. What he was really saying was that he knew already. Shion.
I don't know which one this is.
I think it's Shion.
Yeah, that's Shion.
I already talked to Detective Kumagai about Satoshi-kun's alibi that day.
Of course, I read Kumagai-kun's report. I know you were with him.
I'll just repeat the same statement no matter how many times you ask. Don't think you can poke holes in it.
No, that's not what I want. You're a smart person. I know that you wouldn't. I know that wouldn't work for you.
I wonder what you're after. You're wasting your time if you want information on Satoshi-kun. Wasn't the whole point is that he was just going to talk? Why is there so much of a conversation? There's
Yeah.
nothing more to talk about.
I thought she was just gonna sip on her coffee.
This is boring me after all. I'm going home. Since that was our agreement. Excuse me.
I got up off the couch.
Shion-san, I did want to get Satoshi-san's alibi from you. I admit it.
That's it then. It's boring. I'm going home. Okay, we get it.
I turned around and started walking. Oishi didn't get anxious, but instead spoke a little louder.
But Shion-san, what I want to ask you about is his alibi for yesterday, not the day of the murder.
His alibi for yesterday? Why? What does that have to do with his aunt's death?
It's because Satoshi-kun has been missing since then.
What?
Oh no, it happened.
Didn't you know that he went missing?
I couldn't say anything, but my expression answered Oishi's question anyway.
What's going on? Missing? What?
Why don't you take a seat?
What do you mean Satoshi-kun has gone missing? What the hell?
We only know one thing for sure. He withdrew all his savings at an ATM in the Okinomiya post office before 3 p.m. yesterday. We don't know his whereabouts after that.
I knew why he withdrew that money. He wanted to buy Satoko's birthday present.
But
Yes.
he didn't.
He definitely brought that teddy bear yesterday.
But he didn't.
But you did it.
This is just my guess. But I think he skipped town with that money.
You mean he used that money to run away? That's stupid.
That's actually pretty smart.
Yeah.
He was saving to buy Satoko a birthday present. He bought a big, expensive teddy bear from that toy store. He never used that money to skip town.
Yes, the most expensive teddy bear in the toy store was sold. But we can't confirm that it was Satoshi-kun who bought it.
Why don't you ask the clerk? Satoshi-kun and I reserved that teddy bear together.
Oh.
I had a bad feeling. That old man who was watching that store was sleeping when we were there. He looked very senile. Maybe he was also watching that store on that day, and even though Satoshi-kun bought the teddy bear, he didn't remember. Oh, she put on a wry smile. It looked like he already tried to question that old man.
Anyway, it's Satoshi-kun who bought that teddy bear. He must have saved just enough to buy it. So he shouldn't have been able to run away after. That's nonsense.
Alright. Let's say he really did buy the teddy bear. Then why didn't he come home with it?
At that point, I felt as though my heart had turned to ice. Satoshi-kun had been working hard to buy that teddy bear even though he was under extreme mental and physical stress. After that, he finally managed to buy it. It's unthinkable that somebody else just showed up and bought the same teddy bear. The teddy bear was gone because Satoshi-kun bought it. Nobody else. But if so, Satoshi-kun should have given it to Satoko. But though he bought a present for her, he didn't come home. He didn't come home? That wasn't possible. He would have gone straight home with that teddy bear. He wouldn't think of running away after buying the teddy bear. Even though Satoshi-kun wanted to run away from the police, he'd never leave without giving Satoko her present. Anyway, it must have been Satoshi-kun who bought that teddy bear. I can say that with 100% certainty. The question was, why didn't he bring it home? That teddy bear was huge. It wouldn't fit into the basket of a bicycle. He might have brought some straps to tie it to his bike. He wouldn't have thought of running away on a wobbly bicycle like that. He necessarily had to go home after buying the teddy bear from the store after withdrawing the money. Nothing could have happened when he was going between the ATM and the toy store. It was impossible. Nobody else could have possibly bought that teddy bear. Never. That teddy bear had been sitting in the showcase up until that day. Everybody could see it when they passed by, but nobody wanted it. It's impossible that it could have been somebody else. There should be no question that he went to the toy store after he withdrew that money. What about the route between the toy store and his home? There shouldn't be any question there either. He shouldn't have been able to do anything with that huge toy. He shouldn't even have thought of making a stop on the way. So he must have headed home right after he bought the teddy bear. But nobody saw him after that. It was simple then. Satoshi-kun went missing on his way home from the toy store. He went missing? What did that mean? I was sure he killed his aunt. He's not that shrewd. Maybe he couldn't bear the pressure from the police. Was he resigned to the idea that the police were going to arrest him soon regardless of my help? Did he decide to run away? Do you think that he should disappear until things cooled down rather than get arrested? That was definitely absolutely impossible. It was impossible that he came to that conclusion on his way home from the toy store. Even if he did, he would have waited until he gave Satoko her birthday present. Satoshi-kun loves Satoko. He shouldn't have spoiled her like that, but anyway, he always tried to be a good brother to her. So he never disappeared before going home. I felt as though the ice was cutting through my heart, expanding the frost. If Satoshi-kun didn't disappear by his own will, the answer was simple. Satoshi-kun disappeared by somebody else's will.
Was Satoshi-kun eliminated? That's really stupid, old man.
I thought I could shake off the frost in my heart if I laughed loudly enough. I kept laughing until it happened. I kept laughing and laughing. All the cops in the room stared at me. They thought I'd gone crazy. I didn't care what they thought. I kept laughing until it turned into a cough. I finished laughing and took a sip of lukewarm coffee. I felt as though the frost in my heart had spread all through my guts. I was chilled to the bone. I was freezing. My fingers shook as I held the coffee cup.
Shion-san, please listen to me without interrupting. What I'm about to tell you is only a hypothesis. It's just a theory.
A game theory.
Theory. You might start laughing in the middle because it may sound ridiculous. But I want you to hear me out. Can you do that?
Whatever. Just talk.
I was feeling far too cold. My teeth were chattering. I felt as though my brain had frozen as well. I lost my ability to think. I couldn't do anything by myself. I could only do as Oishi told me. What he was going to tell me might be the worst possible theory, but I had to listen to it.
I know that Satoshi-kun and Satoko-san's aunt was abusing them. Especially Satoko-san. In my opinion, it's normal that Satoshi-kun started thinking about murdering his aunt. Because he was just a human being.
I had to deny that Satoshi-kun murdered her. But what Oishi was saying was true.
But it isn't.
Or is it?
You told us that yourself.
I couldn't deny his hypothesis right away. I just kept silent.
This is the only hypothesis, alright? Please don't be upset. And no interruptions. Read?
I know. Just go on.
Satoshi Hojo planned the murder of his aunt and executed it. We have no proof, okay? It's all theoretical.
All right. I heard. Just keep talking.
I'll switch the subject now. Shion-san, you were forbidden from having a relationship with Satoshi-kun, weren't you? They told you to stay away from him, correct? I believe the reason behind that is not that your family hated the Hojos, but that they didn't like the fact that you were involved with a murder suspect.
That is actually possible.
But it's not.
Or is it?
We were told that his theory is all wrong.
After all,
I mean, it may more likely be that they don't want, like, maybe they themselves were involved in the murder, and they don't want her drawing suspicions to the family, drawing suspicions to the family by getting involved with Satoshi.
yeah, I mean, either way, they want an alibi for her. After
I mean, either
all-
way, they want her out of the picture.
But
They don't want
in
her involved at
general,
all.
But if she's stuck there, they need to get her away. After all, when I was pretending to be Mion, I already had a connection with Satoshi-kun. Before anyone knew it, it was Shion who was spending time around him. I could have been accused when I was helping out the Hinamizawa fighters that the relationship between the Hojos and the Sonozakis was the problem. It wouldn't be difficult for the Sonozaki family to know that Satoshi-kun murdered his aunt if it happened in Hinamizawa. Maybe one of them even saw the murder. The Sonozaki family didn't like that I was in love with a murderer, so they decided to step in.
Also, you're known to not give up easily, aren't you? Which means even if the Sonozaki family threatened you or ripped off your nails, you still wouldn't cut ties with Satoshi-kun, would you?
I couldn't deny that. I lost most of my means to access Hinamizawa, so my ties to Satoshi-kun were essentially cut, true. But I still knew Satoshi-kun's phone number, and I expected him to rejoin the Hinamizawa fighters eventually.
I believe your family knew that a few threats would never be enough for you to break ties with Satoshi-kun. They could threaten you all they liked to no avail. So, their only option would be to do something about the other person, wouldn't it?
What do you mean? Do something? What would they do? What? What?
I can't
Order.
believe Satoshi got whacked. If threatening me was useless, then they'd do something about Satoshi-kun. What would they have done? If they pulled something, then wouldn't that interrupt his path from the toy store to home? Toy store to home. Toy store to X to home. What's X? What is X? X marks
All
the
for
spot
X.
where his path
A
was
dead
interrupted.
social media website, as far as I'm concerned.
If only.
Sadly.
Well, I am full of water. So while this ad runs, I will be right back.
I'm so full of water. How are we doing, gamers? Wah.
Mwah.
X marks the spot where his path was interrupted. But what interrupted it? Why couldn't Satoshi-kun make it home from the toy store if something interrupted him? Why? What's X? X! Actually, it's Key.
Chemical X.
Some say Kai. So, obviously, Rena is Blossom, and Satoko is Buttercup. But is Mion or Shion Bubbles?
Isn't it?
Sorry, other way.
Shouldn't it
Bubbles. Satoko is Bubbles.
Yeah.
And one of the green
It's
ones
like-
is Buttercup. I was like, hold on.
Wait a second.
Wait a second. I ran out of air, became dizzy, and then collapsed. And the floor felt cold. I felt no pain. I had fallen to the floor like a plastic doll. Oishi and some others rushed over to me and helped me up.
Calm down, Shion-san. We're not certain that Satoshi-kun was killed yet.
You're not certain he was killed? What the fuck are you talking about? Don't you know about that torture room where they forced me to rip off my fingernails? Don't you know that they say there are prison cells and a well for disposing of corpses in the back? If the Sonozaki family wants to eliminate somebody, they definitely kill them in that torture room and dump the body down there. You're not certain? Are you dumb? Is your brain made of tofu? If I were in the hag's position, I'd kill him for sure. Yeah, yummy yummy tofu.
Yum yum tofu.
I wouldn't let him get away. If I would kill him, then the hag would definitely kill him.
Shion-san, please calm down. This is unconfirmed, but I have information that somebody witnessed a young runaway male at Nagoya Station who took a train from there to Tokyo. We've been saying that this whole time.
How do they know he was a runaway?
The clothes didn't match, but it is possible that he changed what he was wearing to hide from the police. Exactly how many young boys are there in the area?
I mean, a lot.
I guess. From Hinamizawa? Thought
From
it was a small
Hinamizawa,
town.
no. But, I mean, Nagoya is the nearest big city.
Oh, okay. It's still possible that it was him. Is he alive? Is he? This is also a theory, but let me go on. Your twin sister, Mion-san, is the closest person to Oryo Sonozaki, correct? I'm assuming that Mion-san stopped Oryo when she suggested murdering Satoshi-kun furtively.
Mion. That was possible. She could have tried to calm things down out of pity for me. That idiot was always so indecisive. She should have been clearer if she wanted to save him or not. But she probably seemed vague about that. She must have persuaded the hag to reduce the punishment to banishment instead of death, just to avoid feeling guilty.
I believe that the Sonozaki family contacted Satoshi-kun. They probably told him that they couldn't cover up the murder and told him to disappear somewhere far away. They forced him to be more accurate. Satoshi-kun would have rejected that. He would never leave Satoko behind. I agree with you. Satoshi-kun was working at the place Mion-san referred him to, wasn't he? So the family knew that he had enough money for a getaway. But he never used it for anything other than buying that teddy bear. You're right. He must have gone straight to the toy store after he withdrew the money. But what if the teddy bear was already sold when he got here? I like to imagine that Oreo is just back at the main estate, and next to her is this giant teddy bear. She's just like,
All according to plan.
Now it's mine.
it's like sitting in the giant teddy bear's lap, sipping some tea.
That would have
I
been.
have outmaneuvered for the young man. Now he has nothing to keep him here.
Here you go, kid. Give me the teddy bear, and I'll give you your money back. Get the fuck out of here. That would have been a very desolate situation. He'd been working hard. While his aunt abused him, he worked at many different jobs. The money was worth all that pain. He went to the toy store with that money in order to buy his beloved sister a present. That was the only purpose for that money. He must have looked for the teddy bear as he'd always done, but it was gone. He wouldn't have gone into a panic right away, because he was always so optimistic. He might have thought the store was wrapping the gift for him because he told him that he'd pick it up that day. He must have gone into the store joyously. I couldn't guess at exactly what had happened next. My heart would tear up if I tried to imagine it anyway. Why didn't they have it, even though he had it reserved? Did that old man understand the situation, or was he just zoning out? Maybe it would have been the same even if it wasn't that old man who was at the store at that time. If a bunch of fierce-looking subordinates from the Sonozaki family went in and showed him the money, nobody could have rejected it. They really did buy it.
Show me the money.
Satoshi-kun must have sunk into silence. No matter how hard he complained, the teddy bear was gone. He probably never even considered that his dream might be taken away. He must have been wobbling on his way back home in sorrow, leaning on the telephone poles every now and then. It was the day he wanted Satoko to be happy the most. He couldn't get the present she wanted the most. He probably didn't think of getting another gift, because it was unimaginable that he couldn't get that teddy bear. He might have imagined how Satoko would react when she found out he had no present for her. He must have looked unbelievably sad and empty. The money he'd been saving meant nothing anymore. Satoshi-kun never cried, even at his toughest moments. Did he even know how to cry? It was always Satoko who was crying. So Satoshi-kun never learned how to cry, and he grew up that way. Did you know? People shed sadness from their hearts with tears. Satoshi-kun wasn't even allowed to do that. Even though his heart was filled with sorrow, he couldn't let it out.
You insisted he wouldn't leave Satoko-san behind, didn't you? But think, what if the Sonozaki family told him that they'd look after her after his disappearance?
After Satoshi-kun found out the teddy bear was gone, all he had left were some crumpled bills. The family told him it was just a matter of time before the police got to him. They told him to run away. They said they'd take care of Satoko.
Run.
Run.
Run away and never look back.
Satoshi-kun didn't feel like seeing his sister. He wandered and found himself at Okinomiya Station. He must have been apologizing to Satoko so many times in his mind. He swore to come back someday. He headed to Nagoya, and then to Tokyo. But that meant he's alive. He's alive. I should be able to see him again sometime, or someday. He must be coming back, so I'll definitely see him again.
I assume that the Sonozaki family set up some place for him to stay. Satoshi-kun must have gone there.
So, he's safe. He's coming back someday, right?
Oishi looked up at the ceiling and stretched. He didn't answer me. On June 24th, 1982, Satoshi Hojo went missing. There is a possibility that he ran away, as he was the prime suspect of the murder that happened on the 20th of the same month. Allegedly, someone resembling him was seen at Nagoya Station embarking on a train heading toward Tokyo, but the truth is unknown. No one has seen him since. As a matter of fact, no one even knows if he's still alive.
Ooh, mysterious.
So mysterious.
Notebook page 34 and 42. We'll finally find out the answer. Not to the mystery, just life, the universe, and everything.
Yeah. I don't need that, though.
The information that Satoshi-kun might have headed to Tokyo hasn't been verified. It started as follows. A young man came to the lost and found window looking for his wallet. The station employee asked him to write down his name on the form. Then the young man started writing Hojo as his name, but he stopped him in the middle, crumpled the form, and wrote a totally different name on another form. Another station employee witnessed a similar-looking man rushing into the train heading to Tokyo. The employee from the Lost and Found, and the employee who was on the platform, talked about the suspicious young man in the locker room. That was all. The wallet of the man named Hojo was never reported as found to the Lost and Found office.
Oh, okay.
Page 42. At first, I thought Oishi's theory that the Sonozaki family banished Satoshi-kun from Hinamizawa and looked after Satoko in return was bogus. But thinking about it now, it doesn't seem too far-fetched. After all, Satoko Hojo started living with Rika Furude after Satoshi-kun's disappearance. Rika Furude isn't just a normal girl, a regular girl. She's not normal. She was the head of the Furude family, one of the three families. The head of the Kimiyoshi family is Rika Furude's guardian. The Sonozaki family probably couldn't step in due to having been officially opposed to the Hojo family. But Satoko Hojo is in the custody of the three families now. Even though the Hojo family was severely ostracized during the dam conflict, Satoko Hojo is now under the protection. It seems as though only Satoko is exempted from the blame. Why was she spared even though Satoshi-kun wasn't?
Huh? What did you just say?
This is information from a reliable source. It appears that they found the murderer of Satoshi-kun's aunt.
It had been a few weeks since the murder. Satoshi-kun still hadn't been found. I had no information on his whereabouts. Kasai's report came, as a result, completely out of the blue.
Does that mean the police arrested the culprit?
It seems that he confessed during his interrogation regarding another case.
That sounded strange.
It does sound strange.
If it was Satoshi-kun they arrested, he wouldn't have worded it that way. It sounded as though Satoshi-kun wasn't the culprit.
Kasai, who's the culprit?
So it wasn't Satoshi-kun? I swallowed those final words. I was convinced that it was Satoshi-kun. The police and Oishi must have thought the same way. The reason Oishi approached me is because he was convinced that Satoshi-kun did it.
Don't worry. It doesn't seem like it's Satoshi-kun.
Okay, but who is he?
But who? I heard it was a lunatic who was aiming to continue the series of mysterious deaths.
That's too boring. What? A lunatic? What do you mean?
That's not any mystery at all. Kasai shrugged.
I don't know. Since the investigation is classified as a confidential case, the information I can get is limited.
Confidential? Why?
To prevent the village from developing a bad reputation. You don't see articles about kidnapping while the police are negotiating with a culprit, do you? It's something similar to that.
Come to think of it, I hadn't seen anything about the aunt's murder on TV or in the newspaper. Yeah, I think so.
I think this is me.
Pretty sure it's you.
Yeah. These strange deaths have happened for 4 years in a row now, on the day of Wada Nagashi. There are those who try to make light of it, and now this is a lunatic who confessed the aunt's murder said he did it. Who confessed the aunt's murder said he did it in an imitation of the series of mysterious deaths. That was a mouthful.
Yeah. Cause I didn't know anything else, so instead of probing him further, I reviewed the information myself. I was really shocked to learn all this. I was convinced that Satoshi-kun killed her. I thought that was the reason he had to disappear. But it was actually some lunatic who killed her, and he had no relation to the aunt whatsoever. So, Satoshi-kun had nothing to do with the murder? If so, why did he disappear? I couldn't accept that this lunatic had killed the aunt. And what's really strange is the phrase Kasai used 4 years in a row now. After all, I've been thinking that this murder happened because Satoshi-kun had been in a dire situation. It had nothing to do with a series of mysterious deaths. I felt as though Satoshi-kun's case had become somebody else's. This series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa is also known as the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. Satoshi-kun's case had become one of those mysterious deaths. In other words, Satoshi-kun's case had become a part of Oyashiro-sama's curse. I didn't like the way that sounded, because it was as though the curse had swallowed Satoshi-kun.
Unfortunately, we haven't been able to confirm the tip that Satoshi-kun took a train to Tokyo. We don't even know whether or not he's in this prefecture, to be honest.
Oishi broke the seal on a new can of instant coffee.
I thought you knew his... Wait. I thought you knew his whereabouts already, since you seemed very convinced he was the culprit.
You got me.
Oishi chuckled and poured a cup of coffee which looked far too hot.
You have some good sources.
Huh? I just used my fucking brain.
It's a highly classified case, but you already have this information. I wonder who leaked it. Looks like we needed to review our security precautions.
Oishi smirked. Seemed like he knew why I was here today.
I'm one of the Sonozakis after all. Are you? And my ears are open.
I smirked back at him. It's all about bluffing.
Anyway, since we're friends now, why don't we have a chat?
Let me ask you first. Who's the real culprit? I heard he was a lunatic, but what does that mean?
I don't know how to answer that question. I want to know the answer myself. Really, I was convinced Satoshi-kun was the real culprit. It was rather surprising for me, too.
Oishi threw himself on the sofa and crossed his hands behind his head. He looked up at the ceiling and smiled wryly.
I suddenly received a call from the prefectural police the other day. They said that one of the guys in detention confessed to the murder of a housewife.
Who is it?
He's a crazy dopehead. He's been in and out of prison for drug abuse. His statement says that he was interested in the series of mysterious deaths and wanted to imitate them.
Are you sure he's the real culprit?
I didn't interrogate him myself. But the prefectural police tells me that he has information that only the real culprit would know. He seems to have thrown the murder weapon. He seems to have thrown the murder weapon into the OG River. They're searching for it right now. If it's found, his statement will be solid, because no one could just, provide him with that information and throw the weapon in the river themselves.
Never.
Even if the weapon wasn't found, would the case be closed?
Probably. His statement clearly outlines the state of the crime scene and the body. This information, like I said, covers details that only the actual murderer would know, because murderers don't talk.
You don't seem quite convinced.
Oishi, still looking up at the ceiling, went quiet.
As a matter of fact, the dopehead was already dead by the time I got their call. Oh, that's convenient. Dead? You know those spoons that are forked at the tip?
Yeah,
A spork?
spork.
A spork. They use at the detention facility. I was told that he swallowed one and choked on it. Oh, God. They couldn't tell if it was suicide or if it was caused by some mental disorder.
I imagine somebody swallowing that spoon and gagged.
So the investigation hasn't been done that thoroughly.
Alright.
Wait, so the investigation hadn't been done that thoroughly, but although I'm not convinced, my superiors are. I think with that, the case will be closed.
Oishi turned his eyes from the ceiling to me. He looked serious.
This is just what I personally feel, okay? So please keep it between the two of us. I believe that this lunatic is some kind of mistake.
You can't just call somebody a mistake.
Water!
Oh, thank you for the hydrate, lemon.
Wog, 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 wog.
Look, look, look.
It might be either a big misunderstanding caused by a chain of coincidences, or,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I still believe the real culprit is Satoshi Hojo-kun.
You sound confident.
Unfortunately, we couldn't find anything to prove that he was at the crime scene. We obtained a warrant to search his house after he disappeared, but we still found nothing.
But you still believe he did it?
Yes. I wonder how... Wait.
Yeah.
I wonder how... Wait.
Shion, yeah.
I wonder how you can be so sure even though you don't have any evidence. It's incredible. Is that supposed to be like the hunch of an experienced detective?
I just solve cases based on vibes, kid.
Yep. It's the hunch of a guy who's been in this business for several decades.
Something, how many mysterious murders have you solved in this town?
So far the track record is 0, given that we haven't solved anything yet. Oishi smiled in satisfaction, but didn't feel relieved. Also, what we're learning from this whole conversation is that if Satoshi did do it, he's a way better criminal than Keiichi.
Where did Satoshi-kun go? His disappearance convinced me that he was the culprit. There'd be no real reason for him to disappear. If he wasn't the culprit, there would be no real reason for him to disappear. But if the murder actually was done by that lunatic and Satoshi-kun's disappearance has nothing to do with it? In other words, what if Satoshi-kun disappeared because the Sonozaki family didn't like my relationship with him? And he has nothing to do with the murder.
Was Satoshi-kun a culprit? Or a victim? ¿Por qué no los dos? The reason for his disappearance had become unclear.
I don't think they'd bother to make one person disappear just because of an undesirable relationship. What do you hear from inside the Sonozaki family? Do you know anything? I wouldn't be here if I did. You're right.
Oishi laughed out loud while scratching his head. And after he stopped laughing, he leaned over.
Alright, how about this? Why don't we make a deal? A gentleman's deal. A deal? On what? On information about Satoshi-kun's disappearance. If you find any information like that, you tell me. And I'll also provide you with any information if I find any. Do we have a deal? That sounds too convenient for you.
Oishi chuckled.
Shion-san, I think if we leave things as they are, they'll conclude that the lunatic committed the murder.
Add time. So we'll just leave things as they are and assume that the lunatic committed the murder. That's what the advertisers want. Not gonna lie, that couch does look comfy.
The one with all the squares? It looks solid.
I was thinking it was like, you know, little cushions, each one. Just covered in leather or something. Oh, wow. What do you think, Radium? Where do you stand on the couch debate?
I'm sorry, what?
Does the couch look comfy to you?
It does not.
I'm alone then.
I
Overruled.
I don't know. It looks too stiff. Like, it hasn't been sat upon before.
I mean, I can't imagine too many people use it. Alright, we're back.
Welcome back.
Do you want me to read the line again?
No, I think we're good. I mean, you can if you want to.
If we leave things as they are, they'll conclude that the lunatic committed the murder. If that happens, Satoshi-kun's disappearance will be treated as just another runaway minor. They won't search for him as actively as before. But I will continue searching for him. With all these resources that I have.
Nah, Toishi.
No, but I will continue searching for him. Only I will do it. I believe you're intending to do the same. Our motives are different, though. I just want to know he's safe. But you'd like to arrest him, wouldn't you? If the murder case was considered solved, Satoshi-kun would be free. Regardless of his innocence.
I don't know. Statute of limitations. There could be new evidence.
I doubt that.
Oishi chuckled again, but his smile didn't reach his eyes.
Well, let's be friends from now on. The enemy of your enemy is your friend, no? I'm not opposed to the Sonozaki family, though. They're opposed to you. Oh, really? I apologize, then.
This is the way of Kurado Oishi, huh? As Sis and Kasai said, I wouldn't want him as my enemy or my ally, because both would be too risky. I probably shouldn't let my guard down in front of this big fat weasel. Wait, weasels aren't fat.
I mean, they can get fat.
I mean, I guess. It's just a weird word to use for them. I sipped on the coffee to fill up the silence, though I wasn't thirsty. Outside the window, I could see normal life taking its course. But Satoshi-kun wasn't there. He should have been there, but he wasn't. I was scared that I might grow too used to his absence someday. Where was he?
I wonder how Satoshi-kun is doing. I hope he's alright. Wait,
I think Oishi was the
I'm
second
so
one.
confused. Start over. Who's first?
Let's find out.
Oh my god.
Help. I'm gonna say that the question here is Oishi, which makes this one Shion. So
I wonder how Satoshi-kun is doing. I hope he's alright. I know you think he might be dead. Don't patronize me. Do you know what the people are calling his disappearance in Hinamizawa? Huh? They say he was demoned away.
to be demoned away means the same thing as being spirited away.
I was just about to say that, but okay. I was like, you mean he was spirited away?
Yes. But instead of Kami Kakushi, it's Oni Kakushi. It's part of the local dialect.
He was kidnapped and taken to hell at the bottom of the Onigafuchi swamp.
I think that's Shion. Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Wait. Shit on a stick, man. He was kidnapped and taken to hell at the bottom of Onigafuchi swamp? That's ridiculous. Anyway, the series of mysterious deaths has struck for the 4th time. It's too soon, but people are already talking about next year. Are you saying that the murder was the result of Oyashiro-sama's curse? The victim was one of the Hojos, after all. She was involved in the dam conflict, though indirectly. Really, it's not surprising that some people take an interest in the incidents, because they do always happen on the day of Watanagashi. That's ridiculous, too. Oyashiro-sama's curse.
Until I said that, I couldn't quite wipe away the fear from my mind. Excuse me. Why did Satoshi-kun disappear? Was it the Sonozaki family? Did he run away from the police? Did he really kill his aunt in the first place? Why did he even disappear? He's on his own. Oyashiro-sama's curse has nothing to do with it. But... that's strange. Satoshi-kun and Oyashiro-sama's curse. Somebody once mentioned those two together before. When did I hear that? That's right. That rainy day. It was Rena Ryugu who told me that when we were taking shelter in that shack. I remember the creepy story that she told me at that time.
Who is this?
Rena.
Alright, hun.
Oh. Satoshi-kun wants to leave Hinamizawa and run far away. Even if only unconsciously.
That's what Rena Ryugu said. Rena had definitely pointed out that Satoshi-kun wanted to leave Hinamizawa at that time. She also said...
everything he's going through is a sign of Oyashiro-sama's curse.
She said that, for sure. She had definitely mentioned Oyashiro-sama's curse. The series of mysterious deaths had struck 4 times. Was Satoshi-kun being controlled by the curse? Is that why he killed his aunt and was demoned away? No way. That can't be true. Satoshi-kun's smile faded away in my mind. Satoshi-kun disappeared. Not only that, the reason for his disappearance also disappeared. It must have been done by a human being. I can't accept that he was demoned away. Notebook page 43.
Hey, quick question. When do we get to the answers portion of this answers chapter?
Maybe in the second half.
Wait, we're still in the first half?
Nah, I don't know. We're on chapter 8.
How long is this episode?
So far, other than the last one we did, they've all been about like 12 to 13 chapters. I moved from one chair to another because the air conditioning was too cold. I moved with my notebook, my pen case with a bunch of keychains, and my cup of milk tea. No boba, it hasn't been invented yet. I did it all in one go. I sat down in a new chair, then opened my notebook again. I scribbled my thoughts and sank into silence. The series of mysterious deaths, dubbed the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. I've been viewing each incident as a separate case, even though it was followed by another one. I never looked at all the cases as part of one big scheme. After I wrote down all the incidents on paper, it became clear to me that all of them served the same agenda. Rip Shion, you would have loved Microsoft Excel. I wrote down the victims. The first year, the construction site manager. The second year, Satoshi-kun's parents. The third year, the priest. The fourth year, Satoshi-kun's aunt. For the fourth year, one could consider Satoshi-kun himself to be the victim rather than his aunt. If I consider that each case arose from the grudge over the dam conflict, it's quite simple. In the first year, the construction manager was killed because he was a symbol of the dam construction itself. Of course, the real enemy was the Ministry of Construction, but it wasn't as clear as a target. That manager, on the other hand, had been aggressively shouting back at the villagers, so he was a more appropriate enemy to attack. If Oyashiro-sama had really cursed someone, it would have been the officials from the Ministry. It's apparent that the target was selected based on the villagers' preference. The second year, the accidental death of Satoshi-kun's parents. It said that they fell from a cliff in some park, but it's doubtful that it was really an accident. His parents were labeled as traitors to the village because they sided with the dam construction, even though they were also from Hinamizawa. The Hojo family was ostracized during the dam conflict in order to prevent further pro-dam activists from rising up. That means that the Hojos were necessary during the dam conflict to play the role of the traitor. So when the conflict was over, they no longer served any purpose. The construction site manager was a symbol of the external enemy. The Hojos were a symbol of the internal enemy. Those people fell victim to the curse, and it seemed that the grudge over the dam conflict had ended. Yet those incidents were followed by another one. The third year, the leader of one of the three families, the priest Furude, suddenly died of an illness with an unknown cause. His wife drowned herself on the same night. She seemed to have left a note that said she was sacrificing herself to pacify Oyashiro-sama's anger. Whether it was a fatal disease or suicide, their deaths looked suspicious. Mion admitted the Sonozaki family didn't like the priest's attitude. They didn't like how the priest had been generous towards the pro-dam activists. The priest wasn't quite a traitor, but he was certainly uncooperative. Looking at these incidents, I realized that the curse was performed based on the degree of hostility. Enemy, traitor, and dissident. This meant that the curse was actually payment. It was a punishment for the criminals of war. And the fourth year? I didn't understand this case at first, to be honest. At first, I believed that this case was separate from the other ones, even though it occurred on the same day. I never thought that there would be any relation to the other three. But when I wrote it down and looked at it objectively, the victim was a relative of a traitor. After enemy, traitor, and dissident, relative of a traitor doesn't sound too odd. He comes naturally as a fourth target. On the day the villagers worshipped Oyashiro-sama, their guardian deity, the criminals of the dam conflict, had been punished by the curse. Just like how I was forced to pay it at the Sonozaki house, the criminals were made to pay as well. After writing these things out, I started thinking that the fourth incident might be in line with the series of mysterious deaths after all. Whether it was Satoshi-kun or the dopehead, it seemed that they were forced to play the role of the murderer as part of a bigger scenario. Even if Satoshi-kun was the real culprit, even if he killed his aunt because of an ordinary grudge, the murder seems synchronized with the grand scheme of the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, which is a payment plan for the war criminals. That murder was the result of his pain, but what if somebody planned that as part of a scenario? For instance, somebody might have suggested to him to kill his aunt on that day, that night, at that place. I had no doubt that Satoshi-kun decided to kill her in order to protect Satoko, but did he really reach that conclusion on his own? Satoshi-kun was optimistic and somewhat detached, as far as I know. Would he really have considered murdering his aunt even if it was to protect his sister? Couldn't it be possible for somebody to have chosen the aunt as the fourth year's murder beforehand? And they used Satoshi-kun. And Satoshi-kun was eliminated because of his connection with them? Looking at it that way, the murder of the first year resembles this case. The main culprit behind that case hasn't been found yet, dead or alive. The other culprits testify that their fight had turned into a slaughter. But wouldn't it be possible that the main culprit had manipulated the situation? What if he had been told to kill someone on that day, at that time, and in that place? I'm certain. The first murder resembles Satoshi-kun's case very much. So, did that mean that Satoshi-kun was being controlled by somebody else? Oishi had presented me with the hypothesis that the Sonozaki family made Satoshi-kun disappear in order to end my relationship with the murderer. But when I read the notes I wrote down, his disappearance didn't seem too spontaneous. It seemed like part of a bigger plan. Since I'd unexpectedly gotten involved in that plan, I had to be separated from him. Then Satoshi-kun was demoned away as planned. At first, I also believed that the Sonozaki family made him disappear because they didn't like that I was in love with a member of a family of traitors. But something didn't add up. Something felt strange. I wasn't the reason for his disappearance after all. Even if I never met him in the first place, Satoshi-kun was supposed to kill his aunt in June 1982 and then disappear. At one point I had been thinking of taking revenge on the hag. I believe that she separated us. But what if my relationship with Satoshi-kun had nothing to do with his disappearance? What would that mean? Who made Satoshi-kun disappear? I need to understand the series of mysterious deaths in order to solve this mystery. What did all these deaths mean? Who was behind them and what purpose did they serve? I wanted to know the purpose, the motive, and who was responsible. Who took Satoshi-kun? I wanted to know if he was still alive. The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa is also called Oyushiro-sama's curse. What is that curse? Specifically, what kind of god is Oyushiro-sama? What blessings does he bring and what punishments does he dole out? I wrote down my thoughts in the notebook. What's Oyushiro-sama? What is he? I scribbled these things down. I was so absorbed by it. I didn't realize somebody had been standing behind me, watching me the whole time. I couldn't stop myself from gasping when I realized that.
Okay, dude, how do I do her voice? I'm sorry.
That sounds close enough.
Whatever. Did I startle you?
The intelligent-looking woman giggled.
No. I was just a bit surprised. Sorry about that.
She could have apologized a little bit better, too, since she'd been watching me from behind. But she just stared at my face instead.
Are you Shion Sonozaki-san? You must know Sis since you know my name, but I don't know who you are.
Being twins is a pain sometimes. People you never met can tell exactly who you are.
I'm sorry. The Sonozaki-san I know would never be seen in a library. So I assumed that you were her twin sister.
The woman giggled again.
Well, you were right. I'm Shion Sonozaki. Nice to meet you. May I ask your name? Oh, I'm sorry. I should have introduced myself first.
She seemed to love her own hair, because she kept running her fingers through it boastfully.
I am Mio Takano. You can call me Mio, Shion-san. Shion-chan. Nice to meet you, Takano-san.
Her condescending attitude bugged me. I hate meeting people like that. Shion hates everyone. I closed my notebook and got ready to leave the desk.
Oh, are you upset? Thank you for your concern. I like to be alone when thinking, so I'm moving to another spot. Excuse me. That's a shame. I thought we'd be good friends. Did you? I don't think so.
You seem to be a fan of true crime, Shion-chan.
Finally met someone with the same passion, a fellow researcher of Oyashiro-sama's curse. I think it's quite unusual to meet someone like that in this town that's obsessed with Oyashiro-sama's curse.
She saw my notes. Brad, hello.
He read over my
hello.
shoulder. She doesn't understand boundaries. Run. Run, Shion, run.
Before it's too
Keep
late.
running until you're out of this town.
My face reddened.
These are just theories. It's all nonsense. Just childish scribbles. The series of mysterious deaths is also known as Oyashiro-sama's curse. Though each death is an independent incident, all of them clearly share the same purpose. Each year, someone dies of the curse, and someone else is sacrificed and disappears. What? What are you saying all of a sudden? Someone dies and someone else... What?
I was taken aback by her weird spiel. But I realized right away that she said something extraordinary.
Did you notice that the number of victims is always even? Haven't you realized that yet?
The number of
The nu-
victims is always even? I was confused, but I tried to figure out what that meant. It means there's more than one.
More than one?
Metal Gear. The dam construction site manager died in the first year. There was only one victim. In the second year, the victims were the parents of Satoshi-kun, so it was 2 people. In the third year, it was the priest, and if her death was also planned, his wife, 2 again. And then this year, the 4th year, Satoshi-kun's aunt died and Satoshi-kun went missing. If Satoshi-kun's disappearance was planned, the number of victims was 2. It's true. Except for the first one, the victims always came in an even number, too. Wait. I had just concluded myself that the first case resembled the 4th one. The main culprit was still missing. He might have been demoned away, just like Satoshi-kun.
See? Doesn't it make sense now?
Takano-san sounded like a teacher who had showed me how to solve a difficult math problem. I wasn't quite convinced, but I couldn't deny what she said either.
Did I give you enough hints? I really would have enjoyed a conversation with you, but I think you prefer being alone. I'm sorry that I wasn't respectful, Mio-san. Please call me Shion.
She seemed content that I changed my attitude. She kept giggling for a while. She didn't seem that reliable. I didn't want to be acquainted with her for too long. But I don't get to talk to people very much. And what she said interested me.
Let me introduce myself again. I am Mio Takano. Call me Mio. Pleased to meet you, Mio-san. I'm Shion Sonozaki, Mion's twin sister. Please call me Shion.
I took the hand that Mio-san held out as a sign of reconciliation.
Please, tell me more. You said there are always 2 victims? No, she said always even. One dies due to the curse, and the other one is a sacrifice? Shion-chan, before we get into that, could you tell me why you became interested in this?
She leaned over and looked into my eyes. It was kind of uncomfortable.
Mion-san, how much do you know about me? I guess you have an idea if you know my name. I don't know much. Just that you recently returned from a boarding school. I see. So, I think you can imagine that I want to know about the series of mysterious deaths that happened while I was away. I'm just curious. I see. You're curious, eh?
I got the impression that she knew about what happened to Satoshi-kun and me, because she instantly recognized me as Shion, not Mion. I didn't know why I thought that way, as she shouldn't have access to the sources that, for instance, Oishi does. It was just the look in her eyes that made me think that way.
Let me ask you a question this time. You called me a fellow researcher of Oyashiro-sama's curse, didn't you? So why are you researching the curse? You also stated that there's always an even number of victims in the mysterious deaths. It's true that Hinamizawa's mysterious deaths are often called Oyashiro-sama's curse, but why would you delve into the mysterious deaths if you're researching the curse itself? Mion-chan, you're asking too many questions at once. I can't tell what you really want to know.
Ooh. I couldn't say anything in return. Maybe I've been too inquisitive.
I'll answer your questions one by one. I'm not just researching the curse, as my subject is much broader than that. I'm researching the history of Onigafuchi village. In plain terms, I'm researching the dark and ancient history of Hinamizawa. Onigafuchi Village? Isn't Onigafuchi the bottomless swamp some people believe is connected to hell? And what dark history?
I kept asking questions. Mio-san, however, looked pleased to hear them.
Onigafuchi Village is the old name for Hinamizawa, and it was known back before the Meiji era. About the dark history, you know a little bit about the man-eating demons, I assume.
Is this mostly just going to be a rehash of things we already know?
Hopefully not. I mean, they skipped it in the 3rd chapter, but we'll see.
Wait, no, this is you.
The man-eating demons, huh? That was a fairy tale told in Hinamizawa. A long time ago, demons came out of the swamp, and while the villagers battled with them, they ended up living peacefully together. The villagers transcended and became a sacred people, having demon blood in their veins. That long-forgotten fairy tale came back to my mind vividly.
You know the story. You know the story because you're a villager, of course. Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know the story because you're a villager, of course. But what about the story of the cannibal banquet? Eh? What's that? You know that the villagers have the blood of man-eating demons in their veins, don't you? Yeah, I think I've heard of it.
I dodged the question. Hinamizawa used to be a desolate village, but it grew in prominence after the Second World War, and expanded its influence to Okinomiya and other areas. The people who disliked and discriminated against the villagers called us man-eating demons. I remember that. The young villagers don't take it seriously, but the older people can get seriously upset about it. They certainly can't take it as a joke. So the term man-eating demons is forbidden. We normally never use it. Even during my rebellious phase, I never spoke those words. Mio-san, however, seemed to have no qualms with saying it out loud. Oh, ad. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Maybe. That or it'll just edge me like it always does on stream.
Achoo!
Achoo.
You having a good time, hun?
Yeah.
As I'm talking to myself.
It
I
really
love
has
listening to you
been.
talk.
Seth talks to himself for 3 hours. I think
I
the only
love
person
listening to you talk.
you haven't talked to, there's like 5 minutes where you were talking to me as Satoshi, and then every so often there's a Kasai conversation. This really is
And
the Seth
I'm here.
chapter. Well, don't worry. Radium's gonna talk a lot next chapter. I promise.
Yippee!
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's amazing how we just randomly managed to select like all the characters that are talking to each other in this chapter for you to voice, though. Alright, we should be back. What?
Welcome back.
Are you upset? About what? I know people hate that phrase in Hinamizawa. I apologize if I made you feel uncomfortable. The old people wouldn't like it, but I'm fine. Would you continue? Thanks. Okay, so the ancient villagers had a custom of cannibalism. They ritualized this custom and held various ceremonies based around it. The festival we hold in June isn't just an early summer festival. It used to be a banquet in which the villagers chased after a sacrifice and ate them. They bound the sacrifice to a table, gutted them, and dumped the organs into a river. Wata can mean cotton, but it also means organs. That's the root of the word Wata Nagashi. Teehee.
Teehee.
Organ drifting. Wata Nagashi. Indeed. I believe they started using futon mats to cover it all up around the Meiji era, according to my research. They wouldn't be able to do that openly nowadays.
Everything Mio-san was talking about sounded startling. I was just taken aback. I couldn't wholly believe it right away. She sensed that from my expression.
It's not a hoax. I didn't make any of this up. If you promise not to tell anyone, I can show you my notes on Wata Nagashi.
Let me open up my obsidian vault for you. Mio-san took out a notebook from her bag and flipped through it. She appeared to be doing her research thoroughly.
Thank you. I'd love to read it. Sure. I'd like to keep it confidential. So I'm gonna show you this person I just met. But I guess I should share it with my fellow researcher.
Mio-san handed me the notebook a bit hesitantly. It looked like it'd take a whole night to finish reading.
Don't worry, you have it a year before she disappears.
It's fine. I'll get it back to her. It was densely packed with information. I saw copies of various documents and quotes in there too. It wasn't just some delusion of hers.
You told me that one person dies because of the curse, and another person is sacrificed and disappears, right?
A person is sacrificed and disappears. Satoshi-kun had gone missing. Did he become a sacrifice?
Probably.
What is a sacrifice
maybe.
anyway? Mio-san looked pleased to hear my questions again. She took out another notebook and handed it to me.
I think you'll understand once you've read it, but I'll give you a digest version. Oyashiro-sama's curse is simply Oyashiro-sama's anger. In other words, the curse is caused by Oyashiro-sama's anger. Do you follow? Yes. You're saying that Oyashiro-sama was mad at the people who opposed the village during the dam conflict. That damn conflict.
That damn
That
conflict.
damn
That's why the curse occurred. Like, that's why the curse occurred. The curse occurred.
That accursed curse occurred.
That's a curse occurred. That's right. Oyashiro-sama's anger has to be pacified. If not, something even worse will occur. So, all the successive priests at the Furude Shrine had to perform a sacrifice every time the curse struck, in order to pacify Oyashiro-sama. It's called a sacrificial ritual. So each year on the day of Watanagashi, one person dies because of the curse, and another one is sacrificed to pacify Oyashiro-sama's anger. And if we don't pacify him, the entire region gets flooded with toxic gas. Oyashiro-sama's, but only one person is actually murdered each time. I've never heard of human sacrifices being made. Naturally, there's no body. Because they eat him! The ritual of sacrifice requires the offering to be sunk into Onagafuchi Swamp. So where does the cannibalism come in? That swamp is bottomless, and no one would ever surface once they were thrown in there. No body would ever be found, of course. So, one of the victims is always thrown into the swamp every year.
Does that mean that Satoshi-kun is also at the bottom of that dark green swamp?
No, it's bottomless. He can't be at the bottom. Pay
Yeah.
attention, Shion.
He's just drifting down for a while.
I don't know. I'm not sure that they really throw them into the swamp. But those who make these incidents happen must be eliminating one person based on that legend.
Each year, a traitor to the village dies on the day of Watanagashi because of Oyashiro-sama's curse. And another person is sacrificed in order to pacify Oyashiro-sama's anger. And that person's body will never be found because he or she is supposedly thrown into the bottomless swamp.
Yes, you get it. The series of mysterious deaths always involves both the curse and the sacrifice. It's a system that allows 2 traitors to die every year. Or more.
Imagine.
What I'm telling you now is probably isn't sufficient. So it might be hard to grasp. Instead, I want you to take the time to read my notes. You'll see that what I'm telling you isn't far from the truth at all.
I heard a man's voice just then. A middle-aged man with a hat was waving at Mio-san from the entrance.
Sorry, I think I have to go. I wanted to talk to you more, but I guess we'll have another chance to chat. I'll leave these notes to you. I'm looking forward to hearing your opinions. Maybe we should set up a time to meet.
Nah, don't worry about it. Mio-san wrapped up the conversation and headed to where the man was waiting for her. She left her old notebooks in my hands. Mio-san waved at me as she left the library with her companion. Poor Tomitake doesn't even get a line. I took a seat again and opened what she'd given me. What bugged me was the serious and mysterious deaths, also known as the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Maybe I'd be able to get closer to the truth by reading these notebooks. If I study them carefully, I might be able to find out who was really behind the incidents. Why did Satoshi-kun have to disappear? What was he involved in? How did that happen? Maybe Takano's notes would bring me the answer. Research notes, Mio Takano. I started flipping the pages, this time making sure that no one was watching over my shoulder. I can't believe Shion got given all the tips from Chapter 2. It was time for the library to close. I had to leave. I bought some food on my way home. I shut my door and locked it right away.
Wait, what is her income now? Is she still allowed to work the job?
Yeah, she probably works at
Because
part-time.
she works there... Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you know, ostensibly Mion was working at it before Keiichi found out that it was actually Shion. But
yeah.
Mion also works part-time jobs for, like, odd jobs, so... I assume as long as it's family, it's okay. So she's probably just working part-time, doing school, and I guess whatever she doesn't make, they can just, like, cover her. That or she's not even paying rent at this point, and she's just working to get money.
I mean, I was like, she still needs food, though.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Then I heard the door of the neighboring apartment open. Kasai lived next door. Nobody else lived on this floor of the nearly empty apartment building anyway. I clearly heard the door open and close. Kasai must have noticed that I came home and was coming over because he wanted to talk to me. I unlocked the door and shouted out to him.
Is that you, Kasai? I'll leave the door unlocked for you.
I think I know who it is, but...
Well...
I'll just read it until the reveal. Or Radium can read it.
Okay.
Get him as one line.
I'm not Kasai-san, Shion.
That voice. I twitched.
Can I come in? Oh, there you go.
I like the idea that Mion's just putting on a voice to fuck with her.
It's me, the Joker.
Grandma.
It's me, the Joker.
Mion. The
Can I come in? Sure, sis.
door slowly opened. My alter ego Mion Sonozaki appeared. She was holding a box of cake. Oh boy, cake.
Yay, cake.
While smiling timidly.
So yeah, about you just staring and watching me as I got my fingernails ripped off. I'm just gonna let that go, okay? Okay. Are you gonna keep standing there until I escort you? Come in. Sorry, this room doesn't look very cute. It looks comfortable.
Sis looked a bit tense when entering my room. It was her first time here.
Is this the first time you guys have talked since the incident?
Probably.
How's life? My new school is boring as I thought it would be. I usually go, but I skip classes when I don't feel up to it. I couldn't do that when I was going to St. Lucia's. So St. Lucia's was really tough, huh? Yeah, you should go there sometime. Sorry. I brought cake. Let's eat.
Mion opened the box. I saw 2 cheesecakes there. Oh, hell yeah. We had the same taste in food, so we don't have to fight if we get 2 of the same thing. I chatted with her over the cheesecake. I talked to her about school and whatnot.
If you need furniture, tell me. I might be able to get some for you. I finally got used to this room, but I might move out soon. So furniture won't be necessary. Thanks, though. Dad wants me to come back home. I don't want to live with him, but he sounds desperate. He'd be pleased if you came home. He looked lonely while you were gone. If you can only say that because you don't have to live with him.
Come to think of it, this is the first time I'd talked to Sis since I was allowed to live as Shion Sonozaki.
So yeah.
She didn't look like how she was at the Sonozaki house that day. The successor of the Sonozaki family and my twin sister are 2 different people. The demon lives inside the leader of the Sonozakis. Our bodies are exactly the same, except for the tattoo of a demon on her back.
Is that new information?
It was revealed in the tips of chapter 2, but other than her like attempting to show it to Keiichi and Rena, it wasn't really talked about in the anime.
But we didn't read chapter 2. We started at chapter 3.
I read chapter 2.
Right?
You guys weren't there. No.
You read chapter 2. I didn't read all the tips from chapter 2.
No. So this is new information for you.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. Mion's destiny is that successor was set in stone when she got that tattoo. It's pretty simple. The Mion from that night was different from the Mion before me. When I was forced to tear off my fingernails, I'd momentarily despised her. But if I were the next leader of the family, I'd have done the same.
And then I continued to despise her.
Wow, how very mature of her. Shion, how are your fingernails? The wounds have closed. I don't bandage them anymore because it looks too conspicuous. Conspicuous.
Conspicuous.
But my nails still look ugly, so I don't really like showing them to people.
I sneered at her, despairing my incomplete fingernails. Mion grew quiet and looked down.
You don't have to apologize. You did what you had to do. You just played the role of the successor. I'm not holding any grudges. I'm sorry. Okay, apology accepted. But if you apologize one more time, that'll be canceled.
Can't believe Mion's gonna get canceled.
I won't forgive you for the rest of my life. What do you mean? Once you start apologizing, you never stop. So I'm cutting you off. Will you really forgive me? About Satoshi-kun as well?
My heart ached when she mentioned his name. It felt just like the ache of an old wound.
I figured you loved him. No wonder I shouted it out in front of all of you. Sorry, I'm responding to someone. I'm not embarrassed anymore. Granny truly believes you've atoned. She thinks you've done all you needed to do. So the matter is finished. That's good. My pain won't go to waste then. Oh, okay. Just gonna briefly cut the music. I wonder where Satoshi-kun disappeared to, though.
I started choking when I heard her say that. I just said it to her myself. I said that I'd forgiven her completely, but that promise instantly evaporated. Just because of what she said, I felt like I turned into a completely different person. What did you just say, Mion? Did you say I wonder where Satoshi-kun disappeared to? Who else could know other than you and your folks? What did you say? Where did he go? I felt my eyeballs reddening in anger. It felt as though they were about to pop. I choked on a burning sensation in my throat. Mion's expression rapidly changed. It looked like she noticed the devil's mask on my face. We were one and the same. We could understand each other's thoughts without voicing them. So showing our expressions was like unveiling everything in our hearts to the other.
Sorry.
Even though I told her to not to apologize anymore, Mion apologized. I felt like strangling her. I was going to make her confess where she hid at Satoshi-kun. If she told me she threw him into the Onigafuchi swamp, I strangled her to death right then and there.
I really don't know. What happened to Satoshi-kun?
That's a lie.
It's true. Granny doesn't know anything either. Please believe me. That's a lie. That's a lie. Are you saying that Oyashiro-sama's curse demoned him away? There can't be a curse. There can't be.
Words kept coming out of my mouth like I was chanting a spell. I wasn't speaking by my own will anymore. It was the demon who was controlling me. The demon that had been sleeping deep inside me woke up and was speaking through my mouth. The demon's hands grabbed Mion by the neck.
You see, jury, I cannot be guilty for it was the demon.
It was the demon who did it. Wasn't me.
You guys demoned Satoshi-kun away. You and the Sonosaki family. Give him back to me. Give him back.
My hand slowly but surely squeezed Mion's neck. Mion put her hands onto mine. I looked at her fingers. 3 of the fingernails on her left hand looked as ugly as mine.
Mion? What's this?
Tears rolled down her cheeks. She didn't have to answer. She had the same scars as I did. She atoned as well. The way those wounds were healing looked the same as mine. So, Did she get these wounds around the same time as I did?
It was unfair that only you had to go through that. I felt so bad.
Mion started sobbing. I stood there, petrified, still wringing Mion's neck.
Since I found out you loved Satoshi-kun, I really wanted you to be happy. Because it's always only you that has to suffer, even though we're twins.
It didn't come as a surprise to me that Mion might have also loved Satoshi-kun as I did.
Eh.
Eh.
Yeah.
We've always liked the same stuff, and even the same people. She was stupid enough to feel obligated towards someone like me.
I told Granny to leave you and Satoshi-kun alone. I shouted at her. Then she said she'd let you be if you atoned with sincerity. And you did. So you were supposed to live happily with him. But Satoshi-kun has gone away. That's terrible. That's...
Mion isn't smart enough to shed crocodile tears.
She's too stupid.
She only has one brain cell. Those tears were real. Her tears dissolved in my demon's anger like how the sun melts ice.
Believe me, Shion. I really don't know why Satoshi-kun disappeared. Neither Granny nor the Sonozaki family have anything to do with it. God damn, can we have some answers, please?
No.
Granny forgave you. So she would never do anything to him. Mion, I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you?
I took my hands off her neck and held her instead.
I'm not hurt. You've been hurt a lot more than me, haven't you?
I shouted at the demon in my mind. I believed in Mion. I had been convinced that it was the Sonozaki family that made Satoshi-kun disappear, but Mion denied it, while shedding tears. Between her and me, her tears are more convincing than any words. So I'd believe in her. It absolutely wasn't the Sonozaki family that made him disappear. So, do you really think that Satoshi-kun disappeared because of Oyoshiro-sama's curse? I don't believe in curses. And Mion didn't do it. If it wasn't the curse of the Sonozaki family who demoned him away. I don't know. I just know it's not Mion. It's not the Sonozaki family because Mion says so. That's stupid, Shion. Are you going to ignore Satoshi-kun's voice? I know. You don't have to remind me, demon. I can hear his voice. I know he's mumbling with an ambivalent expression like he always used to, even though he knows help won't come. I'll help him no matter what. I'll save him if he's alive. I'll avenge him if he's dead. But Mion didn't do it. You just want to take it out on somebody. It doesn't matter who. But I'm Shion, not a demon. You're only a part of me. Don't try to take control. Fuck off. Don't ever show up again. The demon faded away. My body went limp, and I fell to the floor while holding Mion.
Mion, are you alright? I'm alright now, Mion. Why are we two different individuals? Why can't we just be one?
What?
Stop it. We've asked ourselves that so many times. But there's no answer. I'm Shion and you're Mion. That's just how it is. I don't care if I'm Mion or Shion. I just want to be one and equal with you. There's nothing we can do. You have the demon on your back. You're destined to become the successor. We can't change that. What age do you think she was when she got that demon?
Well, she was already being like the heir in the previous chapter. So if she is like 18 at the oldest, it'd be 13. But you could, you know, if they're only in middle school, it could be as young as like 7.
I don't want that. I don't need a demon. I don't want it. I'm not a demon. I'm not. I want to be a human like you.
Mion is a demon, and Shion is a human. I feel like this is gonna end soon, so I'm gonna snooze that ad. We'll see. Even though we're twins, there's a difference between us. Was it impossible for humans to live with demons after all? It should be possible, because they did it before. That's the legend of Hinamizawa. Humans and demons lived in harmony together, as Oyashiro-sama watched over them. Mion, Shion, Satoshi-kun. Demons, humans, Oyashiro-sama's curse, the series of mysterious deaths, Satoshi-kun's disappearance. We fell asleep while holding each other. While holding everything. Ooh, 3 pages.
Why is the font different?
For the tips?
Don't worry about it.
It was a little blurry.
Yeah, too.
I saw Mio Takano a few times after that. At her core, she was fascinated with the bizarre, and she had an insatiable curiosity that was just as strong. I had to remind myself not to take her story too seriously. Otherwise, I might start believing that Satoshi-kun disappeared because of the curse. She talks about the dark history of Hinamizawa a lot. It's all very interesting. Her theories are based on nothing but conjecture, but some of her intuition covers facts that only members of the Sonozaki family would know. She thinks that Oyashiro-sama's curse is the continuation of these ancient rituals. In other words, she believes that the curse is performed by religious fanatics. According to her theory, a religious cult once existed in Hinamizawa, and the 3 families stemmed from it. She believes that they are operating behind the scenes in order to revive the dignity of the Onigafuchi people, which was lost during the Meiji era. Mio-san's theories are far-reaching, and looking at them on a larger scale, they end up making a lot of sense. But they can't offer any explanation for Satoshi-kun's disappearance when using them on a smaller one. Her theories are just too broad. So that's page 50, this is page 64. I exchange information with Oishi every now and then. We'd expect each new lead, we'd each expect new leads from each other, but neither of us had any luck. I no longer believe the tip that Satoshi-kun's might have headed to Tokyo. It's clearly bogus anyway. Bogus. Although I can't befriend Oishi, he's been fair about the deal. He alone has been serious about uncovering any new information. Oishi's sources are quite reliable, so whenever I found some dubious tip, I'd check with him to see if it was valid. My meetings with him have diminished in frequency since he's been assigned to new cases. Eventually, we stopped meeting entirely. Oishi stopped investigating, and I reached the limits of my sources of information. People now think that Satoshi-kun's disappearance was a supernatural phenomenon called demoning away. In Hinamizawa, they refer to his disappearance as having him transferred, and nobody will talk about it otherwise. I don't like the way that phrase is used to erase him. And lastly, page 85. During the upheaval surrounding the Oyashiro-sama's curse in 1982, I was pulled this way and that way by new leads on Satoshi-kun's disappearance. Every time I found information that looked promising, I kept changing my theories. But that also became an incredible burden on me. It wore me down plenty on its own. The fatigue was harsh, but it also provided a very kind acceptance. Bit by bit, it soothed away the anger, sadness, and doubt that wore me down. I'll never forget Satoshi-kun. I'll never try to forget him and move on. I constantly repeated those to myself in my head. I repeated them to keep my memories of Satoshi-kun from fading too, over and over. For the sake of my fun memories of Satoshi-kun, together with my fear and my sadness, I repeated them forever and ever. Begone, ad. Alright. That seems like a good place to stop for the night.
Yes, I am a little tired from talking so much.
Hopefully next time you will talk to yourself a lot less.
I can go all night.
Mm-hmm. Listen, Radium has the stamina,
Sure
you
can.
don't. I understand.
It's been 5 hours of this.
Nah. I promise. I don't know if Radium will get to talk too much. We'll see. But hopefully next time we'll get a lot more of you talking to other people. See, the problem is, like, Radium only has, like, 3 main characters to voice. And so far, Chion's basically interacted with none of them. Except for Coach. But he disappeared off the face of the earth at the start of last chapter. And, you know, my characters have barely been in it at all. Except for Satoshi, who is bye-bye.
I just love listening to Seth.
True. But yeah. We're gonna raid Torrent. I didn't expect him to still be, like, awake last time I ended my stream. But he's definitely gonna be awake now because it's not even 10 my time, which means it's 11 for him. He's doing a subathon to try and raise money so he can get away from his awful job. So, anybody who would like to help him out, please do so. And if not, at least, you know, stay around. He's a cool guy. So our raid message is the usual. If you have points to unlock the emote, go ahead and do so. If not, you can just copy the one with the emoji. And we'll be back next week, hopefully. We'll see. I will definitely be back on Tuesday for Amori, though. So, thank you all for coming. Have a good night. Take care of yourselves.
Bye.
Maybe vent to your twin
Bye.
sister about all your problems. Bye. Oh wait, let me start the raid. There's an underscore, right? I usually do the raid browser. I'm not used to just typing people's names. Yes, there is.
I've never used the raid browser.
It's handy.
Neither have I.
You don't have to, like,
All right, I'm gonna go to VR.
search the list.
Oh.
Bye.